guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil!
You will not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! Fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Stop it! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
It's a brand new day here in the Asia region. All these teams getting a feel of what it's like to play at the highest level. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 here at the Ignite Stage 2 tournament. I'm that one Dan. Next to me virtually is Multitudes, and we cannot wait to yet again bring you through all the action.
That is 100% correct. It is 3 for 3, me and Dan, although you look like you are being filmed from the moon or something. Come back to Earth. Come back to Earth.
I'm trying.
Come back to us right now.
I gotta use the hands to manipulate the camera.
Your way through. I like it.
I'm trying. Maybe I disappear for a little bit. We're gonna do a disappearing act. We're gonna do
you're
a little bit
back,
of disappear.
Oh no!
And then we're just gonna try one more time. And then
come on back.
A little bit of magic. Poof. We are so back.
We're so back. Thank you so much for being patient with us. But yes, we are 3 for 3 here, me and Dan. And we're going the entire distance until Sunday. So thank you once again for hopping on this Twitch stream or YouTube stream, wherever you might be on this beautiful day, this weekend of ours. And joining us for some Marvel Rivals action. I mean, I am so stoked.
Yeah, today is one of those days where it's one of those days where we've seen every team perform, right? We've had every single team play on this stream, on the broadcast, and against players that have been in this place for some new, some old, and now it's a matter of can they stay afloat? Can they keep that momentum going? Really, it's just that big question that we will have to answer as the day goes on.
That's precisely the point. You know, we're 25% through. And before we do get into the nitty-gritty details of the Ignite series, we're gonna step back and look at you viewers and what you're most interested in as well. It is the Season 4.0 roadmap dropping to you live. It's already come live in the servers, I believe, for at least a few hours, perhaps half a day. But folks are already testing out Angela, got the new costume that we'll talk a little bit about. But hey, new arcade modes, and in the future, new maps, more costumes, and more accessories. I am stoked to see what's next.
Yeah, and not to mention, there's also a new map coming out sometime during the season, but we're gonna have to wait on that because you've got that new Angela skin that will release alongside her. The Skull 2099 costume making the first appearance here in Season 4.
I mean, and look at those neon colors, right? The purple, the blue, it's beautiful. The helmet, the eye helmet, so good. And speaking of which as well, a lot of you will be here on Twitch for those Season 4 drops started yesterday already. And, hopefully some of you have already been able to claim the Will of Galactica costume that Blade is rocking here on the right side of your graphic. But if not, don't you worry, we'll have enough entertainment today to be able to match you the full distance. Once you get yourself connected to your Marvel Rivals and Twitch accounts, those should come in very, very nicely for yourself. I think I'm just about there, Dan, in terms of my journey for the Will of Galactica costume.
Yeah, we're getting there, and now I believe if you watch the entirety of today, you'll get that Blade skin in one shot. So, in order to get to that point, we've got to set the stage here. We've got 4 best of 3s yet again. Rocket University as well as 010. They are going to be the the opener, I should say, of this day full of Marvel Rivals action.
Indeed, we'll start with that, and we'll go through a couple of other OQ matches between Incipients Onside Gaming and Rejects versus OEG, and of course we'll end off with a bit of a banger there, Crazy Raccoons versus XOXO. And of course, with each setup, with each series, we will be explaining what's been happening. There's a lot of heat with that final one. We had a couple of interviews that led up to that matchup as well from across the pond, so I'm very, very excited to be able to bring this story. This is storytelling at its finest, Dan.
Yeah, I know. And this is all we wanted, all we wished for here at the highest level. We've got to look at this schedule right here. 2 weeks of group stage action, and then we go straight into all of the playoffs, all of the action, and we will, at the end of playoffs, we'll figure out who will make their way into the grand finals, which is also probably the biggest international tournament we will see here in Marvel Rivals history.
100%, right? It's going to be a total of 8 teams, top 4 from each group. Group A and Group B moving out of Stage 2 by the end of next week into the double elimination playoffs, and like you called it, the top 2 teams. Obviously, we'll have one big victor, but at least the top 2 that make it into the grand finals of the playoffs, which is going to be on the 5th of October, will be seeing themselves a golden ticket straight into the grand finals, and that'll be the hot topic that we do want to see. At least within the Asia region, there's still a prize pool that we're gunning for, right? That beautiful $32,000, a total of $100,000 cash prizes awaits all the teams here. You already clocked in a little bit of action, being the all 12 teams here in the group stages, but you obviously want more.
Yeah, what better way to just climb the ladder, climb the ranks, and try to gun, like you said, for the top prize. And all of these teams here are most definitely going to try to go for it. We got 8 teams coming up today, 4 best of 3s, and you are seeing them. Behold your eyes right there.
Indeed. Yesterday we had our first, map 3 go the distance, and I'm kind of expecting it to repeat itself maybe 1, 2, maybe even all 4 times today, because it does take a while for sometimes teams to warm up a little bit, get their wings under their belts and air under their lift, and hopefully we see them really fight it the whole way. There were some shutouts in the series in past, but I think I have a hunch. I feel it in my bones, Dan, that it's definitely going to be absolute fire for today.
Yeah, especially that last one. But we're not gonna start glazing that matchup just yet. We're gonna save all of our material for that. But for now, we have to start from the top and make our way down. And none other. Where else could we start than Rocket versus Zero Tenacity? Zero Tenacity, a team that we have seen pull off an upset against one of the top teams here in the Asia region.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They're the ones who gave us that map 3 going the distance, having a bit of a reverse sweep yesterday during Series 1 against no other than Rejects. I mean, that's amazing to see that they were able to pull that off and showcase that, hey, I think they are the ones to kind of bring the heat very early on. The question is, hey, we got to keep sustaining it, and their roster says it all as well.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident, like you said, that they will keep playing at that utmost level. They have so much experience from other titles, and they all just transfer over here in Marvel Rivals. And some of these players have also played together on a different team. Most notably being Gen G. Most of the players from there have joined together here in Zero Tenacity, and in a way we have been dubbing them as the baby Gen G, but for now that really has been living up to that nickname.
They have, right? To be able to be one of the first few teams to get their first point in the group stages is a big deal, and they're hoping to cement a second. And that will be, unfortunately, the demise of Rocket University. If that happens, they obviously want to get their first point on the board here in Group B. And it's a resurgence as well. I don't quite remember if we talked a lot about it, but there are actually 3 players from Rocket University that came from a previous Stage 1 team. B like XPE, the likes of Adeline, Slux, as well as Fish. These are all common names that we heard time and time again from Stage 1, from the B like XPE roster, and if basically tried to transfer over their Southeast Asian presence into Rocket University, taking them to classes and passing with flying colors. That's what they want to do today.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do. But going up against Zero Tenacity, who pulled off, like we said, a surprise victory over Reject, it's gonna make waves here in this Group B. Like we also have mentioned, right, the Group B being the more stacked of the groups here. We only have 2. And Rocket University, they seemingly have a tough hill ahead to try to conquer and make their way into playoffs out of Group B.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think on day 1 when they went up against OEG Esports, they were unfortunately pretty quickly swept under the rug in that 2-0 fashion. Felt like they were trying to hit just trying to dig the sand out of a beach at any point in time, because it was futile to try and go against the likes of OEG. Their ultimate cycling was just a bit slower, and they couldn't get their momentum under their feet. So I think it's, they've had a day break. We didn't see them perform yesterday, and it's a good time for them to do a little R&R, a little self-reflection, hopefully some scrims, just to be able to get your mechanics back on action and hit the ground running today.
Yeah. Let's see what Rocket have been cooking up. Like you said, they did have a day off, but also they have to get back to the drawing board for a little bit. I say a little bit because keep in mind, we are still on that 3.5 patch here in the Asia region, at least until tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the final day of Season 3.5 action before we transition over to 4.0 next week. So Rocket, although they need to do a little bit of work here and there to try to figure out what they want to do to try to squeak out a win or 2, but they still need to consider that 4.0 season coming up that is probably overhaul the entire meta.
Oh, 100% agree. And hey, for those in chat who's already playing Season 4, let us know what you think about, the new hero, and let us know about the adjustments. All I have so far, looking at those balance notes, me and Dan haven't had quite the time to get into the servers, being a little busy here, unfortunately. But hey, there's Penny Parker buffs, there's like Thor buffs, there's magic buffs, and surprisingly, we're already seeing Season 4 within this 3.5 patch, we're already seeing magic hit the servers early.
Yeah, and magic has been showing up, but this is at a stage where magic didn't quite get those buffs just yet, and we've already seen what this magic can do, and it's caught a lot of teams off guard, including us. We really didn't expect some magic being played, but come the new patch, that magic could become a more popular pick as we move on into the tournament and maybe see how strong it is over in the grand finals.
100%. I do feel like as the days and weeks go on, people start to become more and more creative. I felt like in stage 1, it took a little bit for the Asian teams to start whipping out some controversial, less thought out metas. And it was really the likes of the mid-season finals where we get to see at the global stage these international teams compete at the highest levels of gameplay. We get to really envision, hey, what it truly is to think out of the box. And right off the rip, I feel like we're starting to see that already on like the first couple of days here for stage 2. Like we've already had like Jeff picks, Jeff bans, right? We've got I think we had a Squirrel Go come out in Midtown on attack side, just able to break open a very strong defensive hold, and obviously like you talked about that magic pick as well. I mean, at this moment, the sky is the absolute limit.
I feel like in stage 1, some of these teams were a little bit scared to run what they wanted to run, but here in stage 2, after seeing what the world has been doing in other regions, such as the Americas, EMEA, the 2 of those being the strongest regions, I think as of right now, and after that mid-season finals, it seemed like some of these teams here in Asia have started to loosen up a little bit, not just strictly play what's strong right now, just play what they're comfortable with, and that is something that we love to see here.
100%. And now we're just being pushed into the server as we go into Burning T'Challa, the first domination match of day 3 here in the Asia region, Marvel Rivals Ignite series. Rocket University versus Zero Tenacity, right? Zero Tenacity sitting easy with a point under the belt, and Rocket rocking their mascot as those hovers. I love to see the camaraderie between the 6-stack Winsker. I'm looking at you.
Winsker probably should hover onto the Rocket, but Rocket University, like you said, still looking for their first win as Zero Tenacity, coming off a surprise win, are looking comfortable here in Group B. We talked about this Group B being the group of death here in the Asia region, and Zero Tenacity with a win under the belt, especially against Reject, none other than, is going to keep Zero Tenacity at a very comfortable position, and Rocket need to really lock in today.
Yo, hey, Dan, right off the bat, look at what Rocket's doing, right? The 2 major Vanguard bans that they're pushing out, Emma Frost plus the Magneto. These are very targeted bans against No Smite. We just interviewed No Smite yesterday, who talked about, hey, the Emma ban against Rejects was really important for them to clutch up, and Rocket's taking a leaf out of the book to do the exact same thing.
But then Zero Tenacity, look at that. They're going to clap right back. No Emma Frost at all in this map number 1. But also Rocket University, like you said, banning out the Magneto. So we'll see what the approach comes in for Rocket University. They could play the Cloak and Dagger without having to worry about any sort of burst damage. Invisible Woman, also a great option as well.
True, very true, right? And of course, we see the Human Torch ban out against Zero Tenacity. Obviously, a very targeted ban against ZC. But hey, ZC's XZ's that hero pool runs deep. We saw a lot of Psylocke action from XZ yesterday, just making quick work with those shurikens. But on to perhaps hovering the Wolverine. I like the pick, considering that Rocket has, you know, Sang Shin has been running the Groot a couple of times, so that might be some premonition going on here.
We're gonna have to see what the approach comes in for Rocket. Like we said, they do need to lock in here. They want to get a win. They want to sit pretty in Group B, the more difficult of the groups. Whereas Zero Tenacity, although they are in a comfortable position, having a win over Reject, they still want to look for another win here in order to just sit even more comfortably in Group B.
3, 2, 1.
And here we go. It's off to the races here. Every micro change, every macro advantage you obviously want to have for yourself as the teleport already comes in for Zero Tenacity. Cadia opening that portal for the rest of their team to pour onto this site. Sanction on Captain America trying to be very strategic and situational about where they dive. Already the high jump comes through, the steal back, slugs and caught off guard. It's gonna be Wendy finding the first pick of the night.
Yeah, and there's the second one, right? As the zone does seemingly take control in favor of Zero Tenacity. 3 quick picks, and Rocket know what they need to do. They need to regroup. They need to find a different approach.
Absolutely disgusting from XZ, right? The super jump plus the kidnap coming from it just to isolate the frontliner that is the Magneto. And then just, it was all over before you know it. Now those guys gonna have to put up some walls just to be able to buy themselves a bit of time. There was almost a back-end cap, I believe, from the captain themselves. So it's a bit of a retreat towards the Tenacity onto the site.
Yeah, and now Rocket, they need to find a way in. You've got ways to go. You've got the high ground approach, but you've also got the low ground. It looks like Rocket right now are surrounding the entirety of Zero Tenacity, who are just pinned down onto the site. The lamps come in early, but it does keep everyone alive. Dotari will find Sangshin, and that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure in the back line of Zero Tenacity.
Indeed, right? Rocket's playing triple strategies, which means it does take a little longer for the ultimates to come up. And I'm looking at obviously the Fish coming out with their own, it's Jeff, but we'll start off with the made up both worlds, both discos dancing around, and it's just a lowdown from Jerry on to Slux once again. The Magneto can't stand to the test of time. Now the judge, jury, and executioner themselves will fight NRX. Jerry does it all, the final judgment, mowing down their opponents and letting Rocket leave with no trace.
The Fish needs to run for the hills, runs up the wall, runs away as Rocket are running for the hills. Forced to regroup, and a great ultimate timing coming in from Jerry.
They've almost got it.
Able to time out the fate of both worlds and just goes absolutely ham. And now Rocket are forced to regroup, forced to come up with something different as Zero Tenacity closing in on that 100% mark.
Your powers are mine!
Now the Loki will change out, but the Pharaoh, the final stand, the last stand does come up. The kidnap on Arcadia can't stand for anything. Slux comes out with the Meteor M as well to find a pick, and Zero Tenacity, unfortunately, right now looking like they might want to give this up, but not without a bit of a fight here. Kickflip will go in on to Corey, and Rex finds their pick, and it's a trick for attack trade so far.
But it looks like it does win out in Rocket's favor. They will take control before Zero Tenacity take the round win. As Fish looking for some cheeky poke damage here. Does have the It's Jeff available. Supernova available for NRX. Kickflip also has the last stand. And now Rocket, they have the advantage.
They do indeed. We're looking for perhaps some sort of open pick. They're not trying to overextend Rocket, right? It's just want to corner Zero Tenacity into these off angles.
Linsger getting dangerously low there. NRX also doing the same as Jerry's able to track him down. This Punisher providing so much work for Zero Tenacity as they look to try to take control yet again. Final judgment available. Will pop it. Or can he take down Fish in time? Yes, he will. Great awareness from the Punisher, and he will punish the rest of Rocket as they are running away, running for the hills. They will not be able to make it into their lecture hall as they will lose out on round number 1.
Oh, I mean, like you called it, that final judgment was perfect to gun down It's Jeff. That little land shark could stand not the test of time. I think that was the second time they were popped out from the little yum that the ultimate was popped, and I think the saving grace here for Rocket is that they actually didn't expend a whole lot of ultimates towards that tail end. They're still sitting with 3. They couldn't get themselves into favorable positions to make these ultimates work. But hey, with a supernova plus the fate of both worlds, they probably can start with an explosive one onto the site.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if NRX just pops Supernova off the rip and just try to zone the rest of Zero Tenacity away, especially here in the waterfall map of Burn and T'Challa. A very, very close quarter type of map before any of those map changes, and allows for more of that flexibility, more of that map movement. But for now, Rocket, they will probably look to go for some sort of zoning play here. Unless there's a portal, maybe?
I can finish this without.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. They're just gonna meet each other head on.
Yep, just walk straight on. Like a bit of a 6-on-6 action. I love to see the walls just trying to isolate it, but here comes the dance floor from both teams. But in the midst of it, Slug still finds the deny. Second time that they've dropped the first time.
I am ready to put
Yeah,
on the
Rocket
show.
again down on a man advantage as Jerry is just providing so much work, so much potential, and just so much CC coming in. The stuns, the ultimates, the particles, they are lighting up the site. But it looks like the feed right now is in advantage of Rocket University as XE will find a trade back. But for now, kickflip slashing his way, keeping Rocket in this fight, and they will take control.
Not too shabby. The explosiveness from Rocket really paid out. I mean, the Tory tried to use their Fate of Both Wolves for a bit of sustain towards that tail end, but it was not much effectiveness there, as this map will reform into its second form, the upgraded version with a lot of high ground, and you already see that Rocket have adjusted themselves accordingly, wanting to meet Zero Tenacity head on in these close quarter fights.
Need to be careful. Can't really overextend a little too much, or else he'll lose line of sight of his own strategist. So he needs to just play a little farther back, and he realizes that immediately. But a great kidnap coming in from kickflip. Throws no smite into the fray as Dotori finds that trade onto kickflip. So it's still an even trade overall, but Sangshin will find one as the meteor doesn't quite land the mark. All these ultimates get thrown down, but Fish with the invisible boundary will keep Jerry at bay.
Beautiful, right? Anyone inside is invincible. Cadia's not, though. Will be picked off, unfortunately, and NRX looking to continue their fiery escapade onto Wendy. Those clones stand no match for the Human Torch themselves. A regroup, a hard regroup Tenacity has called, just to be able to figure out how they can break themselves in. Cadia's off the Doctor Strange as well, so it's going to be on XZ to maybe find themselves a bit of a flank here on this backside. An early pick. XZ has been really good with finding these early picks. It's the question of trying to figure out a sustain. Yes! Perfect onto NRX.
Yeah, I thought XE would be able to get the back door, but instead finds a pick for himself, and that just is the domino effect coming in for Zero Tenacity. They take down one member, and the rest just fall right after. And now Rocket need to regroup yet again.
Great adjustment from Zero Tenacity, right? Like realizing that Rocket tend to group up a fair bit. You just send a couple people around the back for a bit of flank action, and hey, with Kadia and XZ playing how they have with their coordination onto dive targets, they're doing very well in terms of adapting to the changes in the composition that Rocket bring.
Yeah, but Rocket University, take a quick look at the scoreboard. It's already 92%, but XE really wants to keep Zero Tenacity in this round, but does not find anything. XE just getting burst down by NRX as he is just causing so much chaos on the battlefield and will cause even more with that supernova. But Slux is able to find a pick onto Jerry, who has the Ensong Inferno now, but is still down for the count as Dokuri trying to keep everyone alive, as well as Kaidia will stack the ultimates on top of one another as the Strangler Prison does lock down two. As Kaidia still being that backline menace will find Winsker, but can Zero Tenacity hold? Can they keep it going? But it looks like Rocket somehow during that fight were able to take control of the site, but now Zero Tenacity need to win out on this fight, but Slux doesn't want any of that.
Jerry comes down with these Ensong Inferno on to kickflip, an important one to start things off. Sanction, and when you get 1-for-1 trade, it's a good trade so far. The Pearls. Ow! Dottore! This is absolute ham on this slope to be able to fight back and reclaim the point for themselves.
Una Snow, the Dottore of Zero Tenacity, just clicking heads, finds the picks from that high ground thanks to the terrain changes here on the waterfall map. We talk about this time and time again, especially here on this map in particular. These terrain changes really causing a lot of these teams to adapt on the fly, and Zero Tenacity closing the gap.
Indeed, once again, that high ground is so important. Tori has to fall back just a little bit because not wanting to be caught off guard with the likes of XZ and KDN. Not very sure where it is. Yep, KDN spotted in the backdrop, just running for the hills, trying to harass that backline while the rest of NRX trying to tank this front line as much as they can.
Yeah, no smite. Keep in mind, he's the only person with the ultimate here. He finds 2, but can he find more? Can he find the picks? Find the knockouts? No, Rocket will weather the storm, but Slux finally goes down as the dash comes in for XC. Can he slash and dash his way to a victory? Unless the answer will be yes. Jerry and XC teaming up to wipe out Rocket, and they will secure that round. They will secure the map and will put themselves at a 1-0 advantage.
I mean, I have actually no words. Zero Tenacity went from 0 to 10 immediately with that last push, right? Rocket University really got some ground under them on that waterfall map and pushed themselves all the way to 99%, but it was the changes and the deep hero pools that each of these players have to adapt into different conditions that were really Zero Tenacity's edge here.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly, right? Zero Tenacity, they went a completely different composition in map number 1. Most of these heroes not even being played there, but as we moved on into the second round, we saw the quick adjustment coming in from Zero Tenacity. They were able to just change up their composition on the fly, and that just provided to be the winning play here for Zero Tenacity. And I feel like that's really what separates the good teams and the best teams.
Yep, I 100% agree with that statement. It's to be able to be flexible, and we're gonna keep harping on this throughout this entire series because this flexibility is gonna be key. And I'm looking at, like, for instance, Slux. Apologies for calling you out, but hey, I have to call a spade right off the bat. With the first moments of each map, Slux was the first one to drop, and being that frontliner is so important, right? Not a lot of damage block, only 18k to the name compared to like 22, 25, 34k for the rest of these Vanguards. This is important, and it's all on the likes of some of these Wolverine steals, some of these early picks from the side of XZ as well as Jerry to make the target isolation onto Slux so much more viable.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta be a little bit careful as a Vanguard player, right? You don't want to move too far up, but you also want to be far enough so that your backline doesn't get absolutely focused down. And you just gotta strike that balance. Make sure you're in a view of your strategist. Make sure that you're not extending a little too far. In the case of Slux, obviously, like you said, it wasn't entirely his fault, especially in the first round where he just got absolutely kidnapped by XZ off the rip. But there were some cases where some Vanguards could have been a little more farther back. Sometimes it felt like they were a little too far forward at times. Yep.
And it's hard, right now for Rocket University. That's not a single map under your win thus far. It would have been a bit of a nice confidence boost if they had at least gotten a domination under their belt. 1 dub for the record, but unfortunately they're gonna be walking into map number 2, having to choose your own map, which is the silver lining, I suppose, in this situation. They'll have to kind of figure out what they want to work on to fire themselves back and put themselves in a good situation for map 3.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, this is their best chance to try to come back in the series. They get their map, they get their side, but we have yet to figure out what Rocket pull out here as we take a quick break. And we will soon enough move on to map number 2 here in the first best of 3 of the night. So do not go anywhere.
stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
We're already one map into day number 3 between Rocket University and Zero Tenacity, the latter taking up their advantage here in this best of 3. Zero Tenacity going from 0 to 10 city, and not holding back any punches. So the question is, will Rocket Raccoon bring us to school? We'll have to go to a map 2 to find out.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity, like you said, went from 0 to 10, just like that. But Rocket University really did put up a fight in that first map, especially on the second round. They did bring it to 99.99. And yeah, Rocket University showing some signs of life here, showing some brilliance as well, as they were able to go toe-to-toe with Zero Tenacity for just a little bit. But with the adjustment coming in from Zero Tenacity, that was just enough for Rocket to just barely not be able to make it across the line.
Indeed, and on the graphic below us, we have the map 2 chosen. It's going to be, once again, Midtown. This is insane. And for those who aren't, familiar with the Asia scene, it's really because we barely saw any Midtown during stage 1. I think it took us 5 tournament days to get to a single Midtown, and now suddenly it's basically every other map chosen. It is phenomenal, but looks like it might be the new bread and butter for all these teams. I'm thinking about the differences between what Rocket University were running on their map pick on day 1, which was Yggdrasil's path, versus Midtown. Perhaps they think on the get-go, it does demand a lot more crunched up play, and that could solidify a bit more for themselves, as grouping together against the fluidity of Zero Tenacity might be the key.
Yeah, and again, back to the map picks, right? Stage 1, it was, if I remember correctly, it was overshadowed by a lot of Yggdrasil, a lot of the Symbiotic Surface, two of the maps that all of these teams are very, very familiar with. But now with Midtown being in the game for quite a bit now, I think that might be the reason why these teams have been gravitating over to the Midtown. It is also a map that has a lot of lanes, a lot of choke points, and also a lot of opportunities for different kinds of compositions to run. You can take to the skies with a flying composition. You can also go with a backline heavy composition as well. This is also a convoy map, so naturally you do have a lot more surface area to work with compared to domination maps.
Yeah, if I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of the Rocket University IGL, I'd be thinking, okay, hey, you know, we kind of played spread apart a little bit, and Zero Tenacity switched over to kind of that pseudo dive with Xyz plus Acadia. Yeah, Acadia just running flanks all the time, getting these early picks. And so, hey, gotta play it together a little bit more, gotta patty cake with each other a little bit more. Midtown might be the roadmap for that. You know, you stick together around these corners, a lot more cover that they can work with. And that might be the key. We'll have to see if there are any changes from a hero picks and bans perspective as well.
So far, nothing too surprising as of now. Loki being taken away, as well as the Mantis on both sides. Both sides do lock the Luna for each other, and there is that Emma Frost ban, sorry. As that hero is just way too good, especially here on Midtown.
Yeah, you know, we've seen No Smite take that to terms, right? It's just the double shields being banned up from Rocket and just forcing No Smite to have to play others, but it does look like it's no sweat from the side of No Smite so far. Just rocking the Doctor Strange with Kadia running flanks around circles around the teams. I mean, that'll be interesting that they still continue to commit to the same bans that we did from map 1.
Yeah, and I know we've seen teams do this as well, baiting picks, baiting bans as well. I know there were some instances where teams have picked a champion, they locked a champion for themselves, but they never ever used it. So maybe there could be some sort of mind games going on right here. Oh, but Rocket do find a way to secure Emma for themselves. And we're just going to drop everything, and this might be their saving grace with that Emma pick.
Yeah. Yep, I mean, the fact that essentially for the side of Zero Tenacity, they went ahead to, I believe, focus out the Ultron, right? And in the midst of it, they allowed the Emma to come through. For the side of Rocket, they should be able to secure it themselves. And, you know, Zero Tenacity have been very crucial to say in interviews past that banning out an Emma against themselves was critical for a win against one of the top dogs here in their group. So we'll see if Rocket can start to whittle in on that advantage for themselves.
It almost feels like Rocket have been studying what Zero Tenacity have been doing yesterday, right? It's just the adaptations coming in already here on day 3 of Ignite. We didn't see a whole lot of adaptations going when we were back in stage 1, but here we are seeing a lot of changes, a lot of adaptations, a lot of different approaches to the game, and again, great to see here.
Yo, defense side. I mean, I feel like this is now the thing. It's like the meme to do. You run triple. Hey, you heard it here first, chat. I'm gonna coin it triple. It's a thing. It's a thing, chat. Say it with me. Triple. This is the new strat. We're not gonna use other names. We're gonna use triple, okay? That's the Marvel Rivals coin. You heard it here first. Is a Rocket are gonna be coming out from this in for a bit of surprise against a triple. Immediately to the high ground. Look at the coordination that they're bringing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're going for a different approach, a designed play on the side of Rocket University. They will go right into the behind of Zero Tenacity. It did catch them off guard a little bit, but how much of a benefit does it give for Rocket as they round the first corner, and the rest of Zero Tenacity need to respect the space being given?
I like it, you know, the bit of a back and forth, bit of a duke as well, you know, onto the top side, back onto the front. They obviously have to push it being the objective, but right now this reassembly of Zero Tenacity around this corner still solidifies this nice triple strat as these 3 strategists just providing so much healing damage. Adam Warlock obviously able to provide a bit of that left click, right click action, but that's gonna be that Storm fighting value right off the cuff. Jerry falls as well, and suddenly Zero Tenacity's defense is crumbling.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity need to start holding, need to start running for the hills, it seems like, as everyone is falling one by one. And Rocket with that early rotation play coming in, I feel like kind of just put Zero Tenacity off guard. Zero Tenacity did adapt it pretty well. They kind of just moved forward, and they were able to just go and try to take them head on. But a good strangling prison, but a better lamp coming in.
You're back and forth thus far. I believe it's going to be Yggdrasil boundary and the fate of both worlds. Online, Omega Hurricane, the Stranding Prison, there's so much going on at the moment, but it's going to be Sanction finding Katie and Counterpart out of action. He's just around the corner, Carbon Divine online. Bringing back Kadia. They want every sort of advantage here. They will also bring back Tori in the midst of it all. The shields coming up from the side of Groot, plus the fate of both worlds just to feel sustained. Zero Tenacity just a little bit longer.
Everyone popped their ultimate and no one goes down. Kadia did technically go down, but the Karmic Revival does keep him alive, but no smite is going to get picked, but XC with the double. Valkyrie also in the backline as well, helping out his fellow duelist that is on that Adam Warlock to just finish off what is left of Rocket. And I wanted to say it, everyone popping their ultimates and only one casualty, really.
I mean, to be fair, there were a few more casualties, but XZ with their Karmic Rival just nullified all of it, right? No duelist, no problems since XZ. Give me the next best thing, which is honestly, yeah, the strongest duelist version of a strategist in that backline.
XC piloting that Adam Warlock was able to keep the team alive, keep the team in the fight, and with that soul bond, is just going to keep everyone just a little bit tankier as XC just going absolutely ham right now. The stuns coming in clutch as well. Kadia charges up the right clicks and is able to wipe out 2, and Rocket are staggered yet again.
NRX now off onto the Wolverine, trying to find some sort of a feral leap for an isolation. That's the thing about Zero Tenacity, right? No spikes. Plus, their walls have been so good in terms of isolating the fights, either from a defensive or offensive position. As Rocket take to this bridge, this top side is so important and leaves Zero Tenacity with a bit of an open side. But yeah, the Tori won't find wings going in the midst of it all. Sucks in Jerry. Jerry has overstepped their welcome and will be punished for it.
Yeah, Jerry got a nice stun with the Eye of Agamotto right before all these ultimates are coming online, but Slux now threatening the silent seduction. But look at this again, everyone having ultimates again.
It's going to be a bit of a barrage. Yep, we're going to start with the silent seduction. That's going to be dancing around, finding Sidori, and that backline. The Omega Hurricane. But the board again! Yes, the Karmic Revival brings back Zero Tenacity. Overtime has been triggered. Rocket needs to press the advantage, but with the bit of board coming in clutch, I mean, that's so much they have to do.
Oh my goodness. What an ultimate coming in from XZ. Saving the point, it seems like, as the Glovery comes down with the stun. Is gonna be good, but the heals are there on the side of Rocky University, but it's all going to fizzle out. Blink and you miss it off the heroics of XZ, as Zero Tenacity are going to finally secure the defense, and they will keep Rocket at bay.
XZ, that's all we can talk about. I mean, Adam Warlock's right clicks onto heads, that's 1, 2 beautiful Karmic Revivals just to keep the momentum going. The first one bringing back, I think, Kadia plus the Tori, right? The Thing plus Luna Snow for the first fight, and then a quadruple Karmic Revival at that tail end, forcing out a Thing's it's clobbering time plus a Fate of Both Worlds for the sustain. I mean, XZ.
Oh my gosh. I really thought, Rocket, they played that fight incredibly well, but they just lost track of XZ, who just really just snuck away into a corner and was just able to revive the rest of his team and bring them back into the fight. And that's something you need to keep note of on the side of Rocket. You need to make sure you are taking out everyone important, but in that scenario, that was just a rough one for Rocket to swallow.
That was a rough one indeed. It was a rough one indeed. And I see a few people in chat, Dan, I see a few people in chat flaming me for my new terminology, triple. They said there's another word for it. No, we're not going to use that word because it belongs to something else, you know? I think in Marvel Rivals we need to make our own terminology, so I'm going to call it triple. We're starting off Rocket wanting to work the Penny Particle plus Rocket right off the rip. Hopefully having themselves a bit of a... They're running triple as well. Rush around the corner. Want to use these Spiderlings for their advantage.
Yes, Lux is piloting the Penny Parker using the Nest and the Rocket Raccoon team-up ability to just provide as much zone as possible to keep Zero Tenacity at a defensive position. But that super jump coming in, and NRX is targeted down. Jerry with a double barrel shotgun to the face. But NRX will come back thanks to the BRB.
Yeah, BRB being so clutch right now. Shields, Walls trying to isolate some of the backline, but already it's going to be Jerry with the final judgment. NRX has no more BRB to work. The Cosmic Yard is immediately taking out all the spiraling as well, but now finally it's going to be the spiraling sweep coming through. On the side of Rocket, but too many bodies are falling. Flux already out of the game. And before you know it, it's all out of action. 103 meters is all they need. NRX on the Doctor Strange wanting a bit of a teleport action back onto the site.
Yeah, this is their last stand, their final fight, it seems like. And they need to hold down the fort, but XZ wants to say something about a great group wall to isolate, but it's a stun onto 2. Is it going to be enough? The both world is good to keep the team alive from Strangling Prison. Will keep Zero Tenacity at bay, but there is a lot of sustain coming from Dotori. A Secret also on the side of Rocket, keeping the team alive, but now Rocket are starting to fall as Dotori is able to time that fate of both worlds as soon as the enemy Luna ends theirs. And it looks all but inevitable. Zero Tenacity coming in, guns ablaze. We'll take the series 2-0.
2-0, not even off that first leg on Rocket University's map pick of Midtown. That is such a hard one to swallow, you know. They tried to steal the same strats that Zero Tenacity brought on their defensive half, and you know, that triple with the Penny Parker around the corner, rocking, I believe, the only Emma Frost available for this 12 stack in the server, plus a Groot wasn't quite enough. You know, that final judgment came in from Jerry towards so quickly in the early elements of the attacking half, and from there on out it's just a bit of a wrecking ball from Zero Tenacity.
I'm not entirely sure how Jerry got that final judgment so quickly. It was before anyone else was even close to their ultimates. I think most of the players were at like 60-70% on their ultis, and Jerry was just there, and at the moment he knew that he beat the timings of everyone else and was just like, yeah, let me just go right in, and then absolutely wiped the floor, even taking out that Rocket ultimate. So essentially that Cosmic Yarn just never existed in the first place.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Cosmic Yarn, and that's probably why Rocket Raccoon's pick rate, at least at the pro level, is not that high. Unless you have the perfect placement of that Cosmic Yarn amplification around a corner that can still support your team, it's gonna get gunned down fairly quickly. You know, at these levels, they are sharp to really just zone in on all these peripheral accessories like lamps, like the Cosmic Yarn, and like you said, like it was never there.
Yeah, it never existed in the first place. You got a little bit of respite with the bonus health coming in, but in the end, Jerry with a great ultimate timing, like we said, coming in before anyone else had theirs. And that's something you need to know also on the back of your mind as a Marvel Rivals player at the highest level, knowing when these key ultimates could come up, could be used, and you just need to be prepared for when your ultimate could get countered. You need to find ways to go around it, go find ways, just stay on top. Like we said, ultimate economy also going to be one of the fundamental things you need to know when you're playing at the highest level.
I agree. And speaking of impactful ultimates, I mean, can we also just cast our memories back to that first half with XZ's Karmic Revival twice in a row?
Oh yeah.
I felt like, okay, so yes, Dotori got MVP for this, right? Like, amazing heals, 26k heals for Dotori as the Luna. So very great use of the Fate of Both Worlds, especially after the Karmic Revival, coming in to be able to support the rest of the team. Perfect. But hey, I mean, who was the one who popped the ultimate to give them the opportunity to use the Fate of Both Worlds? I mean, I feel like it was a bit of a steal there for Dotori onto XZ from the MVP perspective.
Yeah, and still like XZ coming in with the timing perfect. That was just absolute cinema at that point, right? It's just zero tenacity. You thought they were done. You thought they were out. You thought their chances of a comeback were at 0. But then again, XZ, perfect timing with the Karmic Revival. No one on Rocket University able to make it there in time to shut it down. And that's all she wrote. And now Zero Tenacity sitting pretty here in Group B with 2 wins under their belt. Now,
Wow.
just sitting on top of Group B for the time being.
Indeed. But hey, at least for Rocket University, it gave me something that I've never quite seen before, that on their attack half of Midtown, they bum rushed the ramp right off the rip and basically encircled Zero Tenacity. I felt like there was actually value and validity in that strat. I felt like they didn't necessarily push the issue far enough. They kind of said, hey, we're going to wrap around. They, Zero Tenacity fell back into the opposite side of the building, into, I guess I'm going to call it kitchen or cafeteria, and they just kind of like hovered around there, and Rocket University just dropped the matter. They went back to the objective. They could have done perhaps a 4-2 split on a pincer maneuver to apply pressure onto the Zero Tenacity from both sides, but that didn't quite work out. And I felt like if we let them cook a little longer, they'd be eating good, but unfortunately that didn't quite pan out their way.
No, that was a good that really was a good play in the end for Rocket University. It's a very designed play. You use the storm wind mode, and then you empower it from the storm, and then you just try to get to the backline of Zero Tenacity as quick as possible. The theory being that if Zero Tenacity aren't expecting that kind of maneuver, the backline just gets completely wiped out. And if you keep in mind, on the defensive side, you do need to walk a lot if you want to rejoin your team. And had Rocky University found that pick, this map very well could have gone very differently.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we could sit here and talk about these strats all day, every day. It is what it is. It eventually fell the way for Zero Tenacity. So Rocky University, I see you. I see you with some strats. I see why you tried to pick a Midtown as opposed to Yggdrasil's path from your first matchup a couple days ago. So good thoughts. I like the way you're cooking. Keep going. Think deeper. And I want to be able to see more coming out because, hey, you're starting to reach the limit of 0-2. You have, I think, 3 more games ahead of you. Not much time. 3 more games. What I'm saying, 3 more games in front of you. Not much time left to cook, to keep yourselves afloat for the top 4 in group stages.
I mean, there's a chance that other teams really do rip that leaf out of Rocket's book, right? You never know. Midtown has been starting to become a more popular pick here in stage 2. And I really wouldn't be surprised if other teams are also making the same approach. But in the end, I feel like there's also going to be teams that are now aware of this kind of approach being pretty valid. And definitely teams are going to look to play around it or maybe just use it for themselves.
I mean, we'll have to see, because I think there's validity, but Rocket University didn't quite execute it as well as perhaps I envision it. Perhaps there's loopholes in me. That's why I unfortunately am not a professional player or a professional coach. I'm just here to yap along and poke holes into what I see could be holes. So take everything with a pinch of salt. But at least from that perspective, I think there is validity. Someone will have to go back and run the map to see if it will actually pan out for the better. And that'll be Rocket University sitting at a bit of an L here. Double L's on your scoreboard, and it's not feeling so good. But hey, Zero Tenacity, like you called it, sitting mighty and strong at the top of their groups, gotta feel pretty good about it. And start off with those picks and bans, able to really think about, hey, despite the fact that Rocket University, they took out the likes of Emma Frost, they took out the likes of Magneto, they were still able to come in very strong.
Yeah, and still props to Rocky University. They still, although they are in a winless situation, they still are a good team. Honestly, they've been doing pretty well. They've been performing very solid, but unfortunately, just the results on paper just don't translate from what we've seen on the server. And it looks like we are also getting word that we will be heading into an interview from none other than No Smite himself. We did interview him in their last match versus Reject, and he will return with us for a second time.
Yes, No Smite, the in-house Vanguard. Hello once again. Welcome back, No Smite. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, I'm No Smite. Yeah.
Perfect.
So-
How are you feeling after this match?
We know we will win, so just so. Yeah.
I love the confidence from you and your team. And another thing to ask, who do you think did the best on your team? I know there's a lot of options, but who do you think did the best today in the match?
I think Axis Wolverine did well second wave. Yeah. He is MVP, I think.
Completely agree. Yeah. XZ should have been MVP. I think the MVP was the Tori as per the game, but XZ, phenomenal job. I 100% agree. Hey, last question before we let you go, No Smite. Your next game will be next week against Down Payments. Are you ready?
Okay. Yeah, 100% ready. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we love that. We love the confidence. We love it. Go celebrate with your team. Thank you, No Smite, for joining us again. And yeah, go enjoy that well-earned victory. And that was some insight from No Smite himself, as well as Zero Tenacity coming out with a win against Rocket University. That's the confidence you need when you're just in this commanding of a position in Group B.
Oh, 100%. You know, you're two up. You basically, like to quote No Smite, a no sweat situation against Rocket University. Right off the rip, he was like, 100% confident we will win. So here we are. I mean, that is ego just speaking from within the depths of this team, and it's phenomenal to see Zero Tenacity, come up with this little ragtag of team. Yes, former players from other titles as well as previous previous teams, but to be able to come out just swinging off the gate is phenomenal.
And we love to see that. And keep in mind, starting next week, we do move on to the 4.0 patch, I guess the meta side of things. But yeah, it does seem like Zero Tenacity are more than ready to adapt, more than ready to adjust to the meta that is incoming next week of Stage 2.
Yeah, and against the likes of Down Payment, they're very confident to take that dub and really cement themselves. If they can really get a nice 3-0 within their group stages, that might really put them in a very solid, concrete position to make it into playoffs. But we'll have to really cross that bridge, obviously, when we get there. But a beautiful interview to come back once again to No Smite, and I hope to be able to see the progressions over time as we able to track Zero Tenacity's progress through Group B. But hey, that's enough of this series. A nice clean sweep from the team Z10 against Rocket University in a 2-0 fashion. And it will be we will have to turn back the sands of time to figure out what will be up next. We have 3 more series in front of us. Onsite Gaming versus Incipients will be coming around a corner to you soon. So just make sure to chillax. Maybe give yourself a bathroom break, get yourself some snacks, some hydration, nation, for yourself. We'll be right back with more Marvel Rivals action. Stay tuned.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time escaping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Dictum, guardian of the eighth city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil.
You are not the only one without fear! birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall! Weaklings!
Overconfidence will destroy you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hope you had a good break. We hope you've gotten your food of choice, you've gotten your drink of choice, because up next, our next course will be On-Site Gaming versus Incipients.
Beautifully done. We're gonna be eating good tonight. We've got a few bangers that are gonna lead up to a climactic end, but to get to that, it's gonna be OQ versus OQ. Open qualifiers all around. On-Site Gaming versus Incipients. And On-Site Gaming, that former team, already has had one dub under their belt on day one against Assemble Fire. Nice 2-0 for themselves, a bit of a confidence boost. Led by the likes of Rebirth, who we also interviewed, coming from Crazy Raccoons, bringing along the heat for their team.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Incipients are on the back foot at the moment here in Group A. Keep in mind, we have crossed the bridge from Group B to Group of Death. Now on to, you could say, greener pastures of Group A. There's a little bit on the easier side, not as many big, heavy hitters here, but Incipients do sit in the back foot off a loss against Crazy Raccoons. If you remember, it looked a little bit rough for them, but I'm sure there is going to be another chance for Incipients to come back here.
I think so indeed. Their motto here, Incipients, the first leap of the hare, hence their logo. To the first step, we race to victory, and indeed it is a bit of a marathon here. 2 weeks of groups, 1 week of playoffs, and Incipients will have to dig deep in this race that is Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia region. So get it cracking on, get your first dub under your belt, and soon off to the races we shall go.
Yeah, and meanwhile on side, the Korean roster that is the only Korean roster coming in from the open qualifiers do want to make a name for themselves. Like you said, Rebirth has been in this situation before, did play in stage 1 of Ignite, albeit under a different banner, but that kind of experience really does translate very, very well here, especially playing in a different team where you have a lot of players that haven't really experienced this level of professional play here in Ignite.
Yep, not a lot, but there's still a few amongst the rosters here that can lend their experience, and a little experience can go the whole way. I'm looking at Duba, I'm looking at AIM. These two hard hitters have been helping to guide the youngins along, and hopefully they continue their win streak here as we move into the first map, which is naturally going to be a domination. It is going to be the roll of the dice in terms of what that first map might be, but it's going to be one of 4. Either Burning T'Challa, Hell's Haven, Krakoa, or the newest map that we have, Celestial Husk. And we'll have to see what that might be in just a few moments. But will be interesting.
Well,
yep, it's going to be that last one. The one that I unfortunately don't enjoy the most.
It is the newest one, so it's going to be the more uncomfortable map for all of these players. Like you said, the newest map on the block, and it's just a matter of how do both of these teams pilot their compositions around this map that really is going to be very, very unfamiliar for most of these players when you compare it to other maps.
Indeed, and interestingly enough, right off the rip, look at that little X icon at the
Aye.
bottom left. Incipients not choosing to ban one out for on-site gaming. Not sure if that's a bit of a misclick or a wait timer running out, or perhaps it is an infraction against them. We'll have to wait and see as we move into it all. Incipients locking in the magic, hang the phone.
Yep. With the magic pick right after a no ban from Incipients. I might have to look into the dictionary, but I think this is the correct definition of aura farming? Maybe? I would assume so.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
If you look in
like,
the dictionary of aura farming, you get this exact screenshot right here, right now, where Incipients just say, hey, Gaku, get on it. Work your magic. Haha. Get the Dark Child activated. Slice and dice, we win. I think that's the strat. We see it all.
Yeah, we've
seen it
seen
all.
Gaku cook on this magic before, albeit it did work for a little bit in their first match against Crazy Raccoon, but just the lack of adjustment, a lack of adaptations coming in from Incipients really kind of hurt them a little bit towards the tail end of their match. But here on Domination, Incipients seem to really, really love the magic. That pesky hero has been quite a nuisance in the back lines of many teams, but it looks like Incipients really, really want to prioritize it, as the rest of the picks and bans have been looking standard throughout this stage 2 so far.
And a bit of bit of insight as to Gaku in his bio. They do write, masters in mechanical engineering. These esport athletes are, book smart as well. And to quote Gaku, so my mechanics be clean. I mean, if that's not confidence, I don't know what is.
I think if he absolutely goes ham here in map 1, we might just call him the magic engineer at this point, right? I think that's a fire nickname. Gaku, the magic engineer. I think that's just I don't know. It just goes
Rolls
right
off
off the
the
tongue.
tongue.
Yeah, rolls right off.
And right off the bat, we have on-site gaming. Look, nothing, no other role apart from strategists were picks
Pick your
and bans
hero.
for them. It's
Or
just
villain.
Loki,
I'm not judging.
Mantis, Luna, plus the Ultron banned out for Incipients, which means that it actually forced Incipients to have to lock in at least the Cloak and Dagger for themselves. They need to keep that Eternal Bomb, one of the strongest strategist ultimates out there, and it leaves those strategists role a little bit yearning for themselves,
Yeah, but with so many bans onto these strategists, it did force Incipients to I think it made them lock in that Cloak and Dagger. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
With I think the pool getting so limited in the strategist department, you just want to secure at least one that will work out, and it looks like the choice for Incipients was the Cloak and Dagger. But think about this: Cloak and Dagger can get easily countered as of now, because Kuba could really just come in with the Meteor M and just shut it down.
That's true. They have that under the belt. The thing about leaving so many other heroes available for the picking is precisely that point. It's the fact that we're able to really try and figure out counters against exactly what you have picked, and so it does force Incipients to show their hand. With so many bans out of the digging into their strategist pool, it leaves them not spot for choice, the exact opposite, right? They're gonna have to pull out stuff like, the Rocket, stuff like Jeff, and the synergies around there are just a little bit harder to pull off. Not saying that's impossible, but Incipients will have a bit of a fight in front of themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult situation for Incipients to overcome. We did have to take a quick pause because of a seemingly technical issue, but we will get straight back into the action once we do get that resolved. But for now, you're stuck with us yapping about what could happen in this first map. Like we said, it is that Celestial Husk, the newest map on the block. A map that I know Multi here doesn't quite enjoy the most, but we're gonna have to muscle through it.
We will indeed. I mean, I think there's a lot of space for flyers as well within this map. Yeah, a lot of open space, a lot of high ground. You know, you see the Ultron ban out, which is kind of the smart ban as well, because you don't want an Iron Man floating around. It just gives a nice buff to an Ultron in the skies with a nice sea action going on, I think, every 50 seconds. And so, yeah, a lot of these targeted picks and bans have to be precise for the map in question. And so, map in question is obviously Celestial Husk. And Onsite Gaming looking to bring the heat a little bit. You know, once again, we talked about the likes of Inhyuk plus Tuba taking the front lines as vanguards, and they've made great work in protecting their team as a whole and not letting things scatter around too much. Their playstyle is very much together, not the fluidity that some other teams have, and that's all right. You know, they play to their strengths, and if they're able to isolate some of the fights for themselves, that'll be when they get their leg up and get their foot in the door.
Hey, I mean, if it works, it works, you know? If you just do the bare minimum at the very least, you play that front to back, keep the team afloat, keep being that cornerstone so that the rest of the team can play off of, is something important when you play in this kind of team setting where you got 12 players on the server and you've got to manage every single detail that is going on.
100%. And you know, it's gonna be once again Incipients to try and figure out how to weasel their way into a win. They're a pretty ragtag team, although very much focused within the Malaysia, Singapore region. One Aussie, one Australian, and one Korean. But I think we're straight back into it as we look
we're going right in.
Have a bit of a
we're going right in. Straight into the action, right off the rip. Incipients. They had a lackluster appearance in their opening game, but here they are making a statement here as they take control of the site before it even comes into fruition.
The mission area is yours to capture.
Yeah, very interesting. It's the fact that Onsite Gaming, they kind of scatter all over the place as well. Incipients wanted to play a lot more together, making me eat my own words. Now focusing on Inhyuk, making a bit of a nuisance around that chokehold that is the opening to the site. So we'll have to back out just a little bit. Incipients wanting to once again play as a group, not wanting to scatter around too much. The both Jeffs in the back line fighting their own fights and aim with a beautiful aim onto Wyland. We'll take one out.
But Gaku quick to trade. A little bit of poke damage coming in as Gaku goes right in, starts wailing on the enemy Vanguard. And it's just weaving in and out. But something worth mentioning, Incipients were able to take control of the site and start stacking up that percentage already a third of the way there.
Indeed. Now that just to be able to track the slash onto WDY, that was beautiful from Goku. That we exactly see why they locked that in. Rebirth starts to fall. Onsite Gaming looking to lose grip over this point once again.
Yeah, and Gaku with a great snipe, like you said, is just going for a lot more now. Darkchild is available and could use it at any given moment. Look at him, he's just positioned in that little corner, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When does he pull the trigger? When will Incipients go for it? They have 5 ultimates. Xenofly's gonna make it 6 very, very soon.
It is ultimate galore on both sides. 11 on the server. Freedom Charge, leave it up. Supernova online. I have Agamotto. It's absolute chaos here on the server as we find Rebirth out of action. The flames of tornadoes. It's just an isolate these. The invisible boundary. It's a complete mess on this point right now.
Yeah, there is so much going on, but it's all Incipients right now. The feed lighting up red as the rest of Incipients also seeing red. Gaku going absolutely ballistic right now as Onsite Gaming, they're going to get shut out here in this round number 1.
Absolutely dominating start from Incipients. I was looking at Rebirth, the Invisible Woman, who was the only one who had not had their ultimate online. The first one to be taken out when everything went ballistic towards that tail end. Still, unfortunately, does not have theirs online. Will be able to get it up online just for this second point, which will be very important for them to force a third point.
I think it's safe to say Gaku could
30
really
seconds
just
before you
earn the
attack.
nickname of
Get ready.
the Magic
yeah.
Engineer. Yeah. I think after that
Yeah,
first
yeah,
match, we're gonna give it to him.
Yeah, we're gonna call him that.
For
That's
now, he has earned the title of the Magic Engineer.
Focus on the baddest.
But he's gonna have to keep going here because we're only a third of the way, potentially a third of the way there. But
We better test this out.
if you're looking for a
The battle
2-0 here,
starts in 5,
it's only halfway.
4,
But for now,
3,
Gaku
2,
needs to
1.
replicate what we just saw in round number 1.
Intermission area.
Rebirth is the only one close to the ultimate, so the invisible boundary will be a good start unless Xenofly can find some sort of high ground advantage, which is exactly what they do. All 6 take to the skies, at least higher ground, higher story, higher defensive structure, and hold back the advancements of on-site gaming, give themselves that verticality lift against Captain America, who can't jump that high, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Inhyuk really wanted to try to disrupt something.
Looks like we
Wasn't able to find something. Here comes Gaku though. Quick pick onto Dawn. As the rest of onside need to find ways to trade, and that's an important one. WDY finding the pick onto Gaku, so it's going to be an even trade overall. As Aim is just right in front, in the thick of it, has the Inferno available as well. When will he use it? He will use it now as he tries to zone everyone from Incipients away. That meter still has yet to go up. So far, looking like it's going to be all onside at the start of this round.
Yeah, I mean, Xili tried to pop the It's Jeff as the land shark will be the last one to fall after having thrown Tuba off the side. You see Aim using that Inferno to try and counter it, but hey, if you only got one, that's perfectly fine. The point under your control is more important.
Yep, that's exactly what onside looked for. They just had no control in the early stages of that first round, but now starting to get a little warmed up in a sense as everyone of Incipient looking for their way in. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto, only going to find Tuba. Since Tuba is that Vanguard, more onside, will keep himself alive as Aim in melee range, just taking out names for himself as he picks up a double, finally getting shut down by Exile.
I mean, just that Jeff coming in clutch at that tail end, trying to do their best with all of this seawater into people's faces. Now the meter and finds their mark with WDY. Actually, the Landshark just dropped right in front of the Mantis. Now the Slice and Dice onside gaming hold their position, climbing towards 60% point control.
Yeah. I think WDY just got a free pick from Exile. The Landshark just landing literally right into WDY's hands. That was... I don't think that was definitely not intended, but a little bit of a jump scare on the side of WDY, but then he realizes, oh, that's just a free pick, and he will take that gladly.
He will indeed. Gaku has the Dark Chat online, and Tippy's trying to make it more expensive for the side of onside gaming. Whoa. Roll up top. Xili trying to chip away at Gaku as much as possible, but it's going to be just a quick for-tat trait right now. The long-range poke has these Jeff, but we'll start off with the invisible boundary as these Nazgûl will have to back off. It's Jeff looking for a target.
He
finds three off the edge. We go, just buying time, wanting to make sure that there's no way that onside gaming can bring themselves back in, and City is now onto the site to claim the point for themselves.
What quite happened during that fight? Gaku's ultimate actually got interrupted by something. I'd assume it was Tuba with the shove. Or it could have been WDY with the sleep as well. But I thought that would have been the game-changing DC coming in on the side of onside, but in the end, it was Incipients from the heroics of Exile with a 3-man Jeff ultimate, and now onside needs to be finding ways to retake their way back.
Indeed, and already they're just capping the point, playing objective. Incipients still has the high ground though, which is really important.
Here comes Darkchild. Yeah, Darkchild going to be popped. Aim doing so much. Oh my, okay, never mind. Gaku, Darkchild already sent to the sidelines as the rest of onside looking to make their way back. Great meteor onto WDY to shut down this whole resurgence as Inhyuk will clean things up, but Incipients still have control of the site. Onside still have yet to take the site for themselves, and AIM will change that as he does find 2, might find a 3rd, unless this Land Shark is too slippery. Oh my goodness, the movement coming in from Exile is going to stall enough time, but Tuba will find Gaku again. The Land Shark finally getting shut down, is able to get him out of the water as Onside respond with round number 2.
Oh, Exile in the land as Jeff the Land Shark tried to stall out the point flip with the last possible moments of throwing their own body onto the point, but had to basically go underwater, and doing so allowed the point conversion, and eventually, of course, fell to the demise of Onside Gaming. We're going to point number 3.
Going the distance here
30 seconds before
in
you
map
attack.
number
Get ready.
1. Onside. A needed victory in that second round, but quick checkup on the ultimates as well. WDY has the Soul Resurgence. Dawn also has the Eternal Bond. It's a matter of when they will use it, and I'd assume they would want to use it off the rips, assuming that they are aware of the ultimate situation coming in from Incipients, who have
4,
no one
3,
near
2,
any of their ultimates.
1.
With the flip, make it or break it moment to give themselves an edge here in the best of 3 as we go. The absolute distance here on the domination match. That is Celestial Husk rounding this corner.
My time
Both
to shine.
strategists, at least 2 of them from the side of Onside Gaming, wanted to make sure that they use their ultimates at the right time and the right moments. Incipients once again taking this long walk around, wants to secure this high ground. AIM with a beautiful shot. Those aims ringing through, those sparks ringing even
we go.
fierier.
Yep, Soul Resurgence is going to be the signal for the rest of Onside to go in. Incipients, we talked about this right before the round started. They don't have any ultimates to work with, so they need to respect the ultimate chain coming out from Onside Gaming. Now the Eternal Bond, as soon as the Soul Resurgence ends, is going to be popped. But now here comes the response from Incipients. AIM goes right down, crashes Thunder away, as AIM still playing that melee range of this Phoenix. We don't see this kind of playstyle every day, but AIM is showing why it's strong when he does get shut down finally, as the stun, the Eye of Agamotto lands onto 3 and Onside. They're gonna get stunned. They're gonna get sent straight into the spawn room.
And finally, after a bit of a battle, long drawn out ultimates being thrown left and right across the battlefield, it's Incipient to get themselves that leg up. Counter is timing, and Onside Gaming has to respond with some sort of response, and it's gonna be Inhyuk just wanting to draw attention away, being the annoying cap in that back line. I can do this all day, says Inhyuk.
I'll get you next.
Exactly what Onside want to do right now as they look to go for the retake. That's going to be a great start. Tuba finding Gaku yet again, but the Karmic Revival is going to bring that magic back into the fight. As everyone on Incipients, they just have to play the defensive game. They have to play the defensive side. But Thunder does get blinded out. Couldn't quite find the mark onto WDY as AIM on the side takes out Exile. WDY will assist in another knockout as AIM still untouched, undetected, unrelenting as Inhyuk and AIM team up to find more knockouts, but Inhyuk with a triple out of nowhere.
I mean, that's the thing about running a Phoenix, right? AIM, yes, you hit your shots, but those sparks, the AoE that comes out from those are just massive, especially because Incipients were playing so grouped up, trying to maybe do a bit of a 1vx onto the side of Onside Gaming. And AIM knew that win condition was precisely the point. Now, walking into this with ultimate stacked to their collars, hoping to get a bit of a non-taking here, very low.
Oh my gosh,
so
here we
able to
go.
survive there with a bit of magic action.
Yep, magic action needs to be seen here from Gaku as he's gonna go right in, assassinate WDY. AIM trades strategist for strategist. As this fight so far going to be dead even. Thunder used the cocoon to get himself back into the fight, but Onside looking commanding yet again. Will wipe the floor of Incipients as they do look to close the gap here in this third round.
You've captured more than half
Pretty
of the
good
nation.
alternate.
Oh, wait.
Keep
Oh, my
going.
gosh.
Oh, the stagger.
Oh,
the
that's dirty.
stagger.
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh, wow. That is dirty indeed. I mean, that's one of 3 strategists out of the way. Sure, the healing potential is not compared to Invisible Woman as well as Cloak and Dagger, but still very important from a firepower perspective. So Incipients will just have to wait out for that Atom Warlock to slowly make its way. An important one to say the least, has Cosmic Revival online. So perhaps coming late to the game because Incipients want to move back into the action. Onsite Gaming have already taken over in terms of that map.
Here comes Incipient, the offensive coming yet again. It will neutralize things for the time being. Now, what happens here? Naku finds Tuba, mag for mag, as the Dark Child takes out WDY, and it looks like Incipient looking to clap back as soon as possible, but Inhyuk and AIM have yet to say something about it. The 2 players on Onsite Gaming have been the heroic here. Xenofly is just waving his fingers in the air for no apparent reason as Onside take over from the heroics of AIM and Inhyuk, the 2 heroes of Onside, and they will secure that first map.
The reverse sweep comes out here. You see on the graphic, it is absolutely beautiful for Onsite Gaming. What looked like a very strong start on that half-open map that was Incipient's first point under their belt. I mean, they didn't have enough firepower to go the distance, and once they lost that second point, AIM just stepped right up. MVP of this trio will be able to land those sparks and wipe the floor with everyone.
AIM just playing Phoenix in a different way. Usually you see Phoenix players either in the backline staying safe behind the Vanguards and the strategists. Sometimes you see Phoenix players going for like a dive composition, looking for, picks from the backline and just run away to safety. But AIM plays the Phoenix like no one else. He is literally in the front lines with Inhyuk at times, just landing left clicks, landing some melee attacks as well, and just causing so much pyrotechnic action right in the front line.
And I also gotta point out that there was a Mantis lock-in, right, for the side of Onsite Gaming, which means that WDY could really just run Mantis time and time again. Yeah, sure, there's Soul Resurgence, that's important, but more importantly is that the E that comes out from a great Mantis to be able to provide just a bit more firepower for the likes of Inhyuk, for the likes of AIM to close the gap on these eliminations faster than ever. And as you see, just this replay, absolutely storming it, knowing that the gameplay here is to target big groups of their opponents, and those sparks will transfer, provide AoE damage. It's beautiful that the way they're playing is a great counter against how Incipients were grouped up.
Yeah, and props to Inhyuk as well, just providing that extra, extra stall factor, extra knockout factor as well. Teaming up with AIM, there were times where I really thought Onside were out of the fight, but somehow AIM and Inhyuk just team up several times, I feel like, throughout this entire map 1.
Yeah, I mean, well-deserving MVP title, right, for AIM. 18 final hits, more than double anybody else on their roster. The closest one is 8, right, which are the Vanguards. I mean, Inhyuk, Duba definitely doing a lot of work maining those front lines with, obviously that Freedom Charge plus Captain America being showing why it's so often that we see a ban against this cap.
Yeah, this is why some teams really have been, like you said, prioritizing a ban on the Captain America. We talked about this, I think, yesterday, right? Where we sometimes it just feels like Captain America is just a beefier strategist with a game-changing ultimate. Just providing that bonus health to everyone on the team is so beneficial. And all these teams are realizing how strong that really is, and they don't want any of it. They're just gonna take it away, remove it from the playbook of the enemy team, and just move on with the match.
Yeah, I also think about how Incipients, they didn't, get their first ban locked in right off the
True.
cuff, and that could have been, you know, the edge that they really needed. They could have banned possibly a Phoenix that'll target aim. They could have banned a Mantis, which is a very common first ban right off the rip, and just allowing WDY to get that, able to make mincemeat of a nice land shark that falls into your lap up on map point number 2. I mean, these are all points that, once again, at this level, you have to take every advantage and squeeze it to death.
Yeah, that's all it boils down to here in the highest level. Everyone, you gotta know, everyone can land their shots, but it all comes down to those macro plays, those micro plays. And it's a matter of who can adapt, who can adjust, who can really use their resources to their utmost potential. That is something that we need to look at when we go into these high level matches.
Yep. So hey, casting my gaze forward onto map number 2, which will be Incipient's map pick and choice of side as well. Thinking about what they can do different, they kind of ran, you know, double shields, a 2-2-2 composition for that domination map, and allowed Gaku to run a wild as the Dark Child / Magic, taking these flanks, which had value in certain amounts of time, but without the controlled support from the rest of the team, it just seemed a little bit too much, right? Just putting so much pressure onto a single hero, a single player, that is. And in this 6-stack team, that isn't necessarily the recipe for success. So back to the labs, back to the Stratboat, trying to dig out what best they can do for map number 2. And we're gonna give them that time to mull it over. We're gonna cut to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 will be here before you know it. Stay tuned.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
Onside Gaming taking the first point away from Incipients on that domination match. It went the distance with 3 points, but ultimately Onside Gaming clutched up. Now, question is, will Incipients find them offside and push ourselves to a victorious map 2 for themselves? Or will Onside Gaming continue their victorious run down and clutch up in a nice 2-0? Dan, what do you think?
We're gonna have to see what the choice comes in for Incipients. Oh, it's looking like it's gonna be Central Park. It's gonna be the first one here in Stage 2. Incipients do choose Central Park, the convergence map of choice for Incipients, and they will also opt to attack first.
They will indeed. Attacking first. Hey chat, let me know if you think on convoy or convergence, attack or defense is better for each team. I think it kind of depends, but if you choose attack first, it just means that you want to take control of the rate and pace yourself. You know, as a defender, you're kind of reactive, right? You have to wait until you see the composition coming out and you try to adapt. And you know, if you come out with a bit of a wrong comp, you have to go back to your spawn and change to adapt. But hey, Incipients want to come out with the momentum on their side. So I think that's the right move, and we'll see if that truly is.
Yeah, Incipients, if you remember their last matchup against Crazy Raccoon, they got absolutely blown out of the water against Crazy Raccoon. They chose Spider Islands, and everything that could have gone wrong in that map did go wrong for Incipients. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them on their end. And now they make an adjustment here. Instead of going for the Spider Islands the last time around, they go for Central Park, a map we haven't seen until now here in Stage 2.
And I wonder, you know, we talked about at the end of that last map of some picks and bans that could be crucial for Incipients. Now Incipients at least get their first ban out of the way. It's going to be your boy Loki. That just, you know, I think is a very common ban for convergence and convoy maps, right? The sustain around some of these big target areas, plus the clones that can provide almost like aerial support on the offensive and the defensive is so useful. So, you know, Onside Gaming with the game plan here does the exact same thing.
And quick little reminder, we are still on that Season 3.5 patch, so this Loki still is a very, very strong pick. So those nerfs in 4.0 have not kicked in this match just yet, so both these teams showing that they really do not want to deal with Loki on both sides. Whereas in terms of the picks, we've got Onside picking up the Mantis yet again, and then Incipients going for the default Luna pickup.
WD-40 feeling good with the Mantis. Now the question is, hey, does Incipients change the way they ban it out, right? With Onside Gaming having the damage buff from a Mantis, it just leaves the likes of AIM and the likes of Inhyuk just that much more powerful to take aims. And wait, what universe are we in, Dan? What universe are we in?
Something must have happened during the break. I don't know if that's... I'd assume that's what Onside really wants to go for. It's going to be the Penny Parker getting taken away for Incipients. This either could backfire horribly, or this is a 5-head level play.
Yes, it's either they're doing some crazy foresight that even us casters are unaware of, or Onside Gaming, they're up to something. They're definitely up to something with it. The Phoenix ban from the side of Incipients against Onside Gaming is warranted against AIM. That is very fair. And they go ahead to lock in the magic for Gaku once again. This last ban is on the side of Onside Gaming. Maybe to take away the Adam Warlock, take away that Karmic Revival to prevent the sustainment from Incipients on their attack side. No, okay, making my words, Phoenix it is.
Yeah, both sides going to take away the Phoenix, but I feel like
all the difference.
the theory coming in for Onside is if they're able to hold off the defense well, and they start to switch over onto the attacking side, it's going to be Onside not having to worry about any kind of zone potential coming in with Penny Parker. So right now, they have a lot of work to do, but it could really pay off in a big way if Onside are able to hold off Incipients from the first point, and it's just going to allow Onside to just go in no problem, not have to deal with a Penny Parker choking down one of the entry points here.
Yeah, and you're right, you know, the entry points into this first kind of cap is quite tight. And, you know, if you have the team up with Rocket Raccoon and putting a couple of those spider nests around, it's just really hard to break into the fortress. And perhaps Onsite Gaming are playing the long game here, right? They're thinking ahead, they're thinking 12 steps in this game of chess that is Marvel Rivals. And only time will tell if their long-term strat will pay off.
Xenofly is piloting the Doctor Strange off the rip, so it might be a teleport play coming in, unless it's not, and it looks like they will opt to go head on. But it looks like Onside are playing forward, playing onto the bridge position to try to keep Incipients at bay, but it looks like Xenofly just going in, not giving a crap, as everyone on Onside go in towards the backline instead, as Trades already lighting up the scoreboard in the first 30 seconds of this round.
Yeah, Ultron's available. Name's doing just that. Xenofly's trying to knock them out of the sky, but just so drastically with the shifts coming in so clutch to dodge, duck, and dive around this Doctor Strange's left click.
So far, Incipients slowly but surely pushing their way onto the site, and they will be able to touch it now with 1 minute into the round. But so far, after that exchange, that little skirmish, so far no knockouts have been recorded until Gaku comes in, has options to play the magic, but whoops, opts to pilot the Ultron instead. The Rage coming down, raining down hell as Xenofly is able to pick up one, and Incipient already halfway through onto the side, but Onside have a response.
Yeah, response comes in the light of this eternal bond, and now Tuba's hunting for a target, can't find anything but aim in the midst of the battle, still finds a target as a bit of a response. Now, Yai Wakamoto finds multiple targets, is not quite capitalized upon, too much sustain, and Tuba will fight it back, pushing back on Incipients here.
Yeah, it's Incipients from Xenofly did get a two-man Eye of Agamotto onto AIM and Dawn, but Dawn was still inside the Soul Resurgence, and Inhyuk was able to pop the Freedom Charge, so no one was anywhere close to being knocked out. And just great response coming in from Onsite Gaming with these ultimates. The resource management is perfect, and it's now AIM's turn to use the ultimate as the Invisible Boundary actually comes down at the perfect time. And it will neutralize the Rage for the time being, as Doxlin, playing with his food a little bit, keeps AIM alive for just a little bit longer, finally finishes him off, as the Galactic Legend now from WDY is a response. It's just Naku with the Meteor M, is able to soak up damage for a little bit, but is going to just soak up and neutralize that ultimate from Star-Lord, as some close quarters combat going in favor of Incipients now.
I mean, Inhyuk was basically the only person really truly holding this site together, but once they were off, the rest of the players from the side of Onsite Gaming could not survive, and they're even hunting down Captain America, who can't live round the corner, couldn't escape with their life. Just not enough finesse. Unfortunately, Darkseid will find the pick, and now pressuring with fire from the skies, Onsite Gaming will have to fight their way back into this.
At the point, already halfway through, over to the second point. Tuba needs to lead the charge. Inhyuk is still sprinting his way back to the fray, as the Meteor is available on the side of Tuba. But it looks like Dawn will kick things off with Soul Resurgence. The Eye of Agamotto only finding AIM, so it's not going to be any value. Neither will Tuba's Meteor. Will not find the value it needs, but is able to find something in the form of Exile.
It's just so much ultimate sustain, but in the midst of it all, that target acquisition is just about good enough sustain. Dawn also providing so much value in WDY up on top, farming towards that Galactic Legends like your life absolutely depends on it. Lots of flyers on this map. Even Doctor Strange is up top challenging this Star-Lord for this aerial dogfight.
WDY with the Galactic Legend. He's able to finish off Doxlin. Exile will go down to the hands of Inhyuk and Tuba! What in the world was that? He just comes in and just spears three.
Kebabs all day, says Magneto, as A hard reset has to be called from Incipients. Inhyuk feeding that information that they're finally out of the chokehold that is their spawn. Look at everyone waiting for a bait here. Rage of Ultra will start things off.
Oh my God.
This is countered by so much pressure coming in. The Magnetar M not finding any value, but AIM still able to hide and get away with their lives. Now Tito wants to back off into the healing powers of this eternal bond and find Doxlin in the midst of it all. The Meteor M finds the dunk once again onto multiple members of Onside, of Incipients. It's an absolute team wipe.
And you miss it. Incipients are sent reeling yet again. AIM had a good positioning with the Rage of Ultron, but Onside, or I'm sorry, Incipients were just quick to respond, but then the second wave of ultimates come in from Onside, and that was where Incipients just lacked the resources necessary to keep themselves in that fight.
Yeah, they need to keep the pressure going. It starts with Xenofly looking to get a great edge on this eye. Can't find it. Forcing out a couple of Fate of Both Worlds plus Soul Resurgence. Gaku pressing the issue. Dance to the butterflies on the back line. Grouped up a bit too much. I'm not sure, but Naki in the midst of it all will support and take out Tuba as well.
Great pick coming in from the Incipients to try to keep this point going a little forward. A little more forward. 45 seconds left on the clock now as WDY is back undetected. And here comes the legendary ultimate coming in, trending downhill. Gets the quad, taking a penta. That's 5 gone in favor of WDY. The legendary galactic legend from WDY is going to be enough to keep Incipients at bay as 20 seconds left is the clock remaining for Incipients as Xenofly needs to desperately wave his hands around to get a portal coming in.
I mean, they have to hide around. 10 seconds it is. WDY just feeding this information. They're gonna try and regroup back onto the cart. It goes as they just break through onto the side. Doxlin now finding AIM out of action. It has the Goddess of Death online. Pretty sure the flanks are covered as well.
Whoa, we got a double meteor action coming in onto the point right now as Doxlin uses the bird, gets himself into backline access, and as he gets focused down, will pop the Goddess of Death and will rain down hell onto Onside Gaming as everyone else just trying to be the supporting cast as they try to keep this point moving. That giant swirl, that giant payload needs to go. The overtime meter comes into fruition as it starts ticking down ever so slightly, but it looks like Incipients look to hold for just a bit longer, but the Soul Resurgence will keep things at bay as Xenofly slides the stun onto 2, but the Soul Resurgence still alive as well. So the rest of Onside coming in, flooding onto the site as the feed lights up blue. The overtime meter getting smaller and smaller until it gets to 0. Onside hold off the push.
Unbelievable defense from Onside, and it came off the back of some insane hero plays, right? The Magneto, the Star-Lord with just either left clicks or a terrific Galactic Legends to boot. Unbelievable stuff from Onside Gaming.
That was as much action-packed as you wanted it to be, right? Oh my goodness. Both of these teams just going band for band, mano y mano, going absolutely ham. And that was only the first round. We still have another round to play out. And now this is where Onside have to look for a good push. They banned out the Penny Parker to try to make this push a little bit easier.
Interesting, right? Don's picking up the Mantis, letting WDY take up the Iron Fist for a little close action melee. That, you know, if you're able to work it... Nope, never mind. Making me eat my words. I'm gonna stop talking about defensive defensive rosters, right? On convoys and convergence, because they're just playing without feelings at this moment, Dan.
Exactly what they do, right? They try to go for options. You start thinking about options, and then they just, you know, switch up on you. And now you have to consider different approaches as Incipients now finally having Gaku pilot the magic.
Yes, back on that magic's important. Gonna have to put up a defensive hold here, and we'll see if Onside Gaming's ban of that Penny Parker will help their offensive structure as Inhyuk. Oh, look at this tech. Look at this movement tech from the Captain America themselves. jumping around, being an absolute nuisance. Target this Gaku. Manages to disappear out of line of sight. The bubble's coming in to save your skin as well.
Yeah, great play coming in from Incipients to keep Gaku alive. Just helps onside from pushing onto the site. They've already taken control of the bridge area. And now what is the approach as WDY scaling up the hill and onto the site, but Gaku shuts down aim and needs to set his sights on a squishy target yet again.
I mean, yeah, slow and steady, right? Ying with the pounce on the right move. Gaku goes in for more. Finds Dawn in the midst of it all, but Naku will be the one who actually secures that elimination. High up in the sky is the spin to win. That is WDY, but can't find any value, so we'll have to back up with the rest of Onside Gaming.
Exile has the Eternal Bond, but look at the other side. Tuba has the Meteor M available, so if Exile pops the Eternal Bond, Tuba will instantly laser focus using the Meteor to try to find Exile. That's probably what's going to happen until more of these ultimates start to come online. Now Wyland has the Fate of both worlds. Oxford has switched over to the Bucky, but here we go. Here comes the push coming from Onside Gaming. And what's gone? Finds Gaku, and there's the Meteor response, but they can't find it in time.
Dawn having to press away because of the shift coming up from the CND. Now WDY high in the sky, making the Galactic Legends work, forcing out the Fate of both worlds and allowing Incipients to break out of the chokehold that is the corner in Hyuk. Dancing around this flame will find Exili has the Freedom Charge. Will pop it probably at the last possible second just for further sustain of Onside Gaming on this. Oh, never mind, Wyland! As well as Xenofly fall to the wayside.
Yep, blink and you miss it yet again, and now they're just zoning away from the portal. They're literally standing on top of it. And now Naku realizes what's going on as the rest of the team just can't get there in time, but they're able to finally flood into the site. Incipients are looking to hold with the Dark Child, with the Psionic Seduction, and Doxlin as well, just raining down the bullets, putting in the hurt, but Onside still very, very strong right now in terms of manpower. So many members of Onside still on the site, but Xenofly takes out the Captain America of Inhyuk, and now are looking to hold yet again.
Yeah, the barreling in Doxlin caught in this position. Rebirth will come in with the Eternal Bond. Now Tuba's looking for the mark and will find Waylon Naku out of action. And holy, this speed lights up. Blue Onside Game putting on a bit of a show, and this point will be eventually capped. Gaku says, nope, Gaku has nothing to say at those final moments.
Yeah, he's just getting focused out and lasered out, either by Gaku, or either by WDY or AIM, just coming in from above and just able to find the targets necessary. And now WDY, he's gone absolutely nuclear with a Galactic Legend in the past round, but he needs to do it again if he wants to bring his team to the finish line.
Yeah, this second part calls for a lot more flags, which is why Gaku's rocking that, and now it's gonna be, Hyuk finding Doxlin. This can't find no one. WD, why? Just absolutely dominating with this high in the sky. We'll find the mark after having dropped down. The Galactic Legends not just over yet. Dawn in Hyuk, WDY, just names that are imprinted right into your brain.
Incipients need to hold for another 2.5 minutes, and this point is just chugging on through. It's slowly but surely hitting that 109-meter mark. Incipients need to find a way in. They're going to try to brute force their way in back. Onside Gaming, they're just all over them right now.
They are indeed. Rage of Ultron plus Midtown used as well, forcing Onside Gaming back just a little bit. As now, it's going to be Gaku taking this front side onto Dawn as the Mantis out of action. We'll have to read. No fires back onto Gaku. A great tick for tat trade as now they take to the skies to open up the battlefield a little bit more.
And now it looks like Incipients coming in on the offensive, but Onside trying to respond. The Fate of both worlds is going to be used, but Exile is going to get picked on the side as the Psionic Seduction will force AIM to hide in this corner as so many particles, so many ultimates being popped now. WDY from the skies, but Rebirth with a double from seemingly nowhere. WDY Tuba in Hyuk looking like a team ace coming in for Onside. as they're clawing their way
I'm
into
opening a portal.
Incipience's territory as a desperation TP. But in here, he comes in. Can he get stunned in time? It looks like he might not be able to. It's not even needed.
Score 2-2.
And
1.
Onside Gaming, with a distraction of a play, they are able to hold off Incipience. They get the push done, they get to the finish line, and they will take the series.
They get the job done. I mean, Young had the foresight to try and work off and perhaps catch Doctor Strange teleport off guard, but I don't think that Doctor Strange even had time to rip one out and provide a portal for the rest of their teams back onto the cart. Incipients did their best, you know, some crazy plays to try to adapt onto the flyer strat that is that second leg of the map, but aerial superiority does have to go to the Onside Gaming folks.
Great plays from all around. This was definitely one of the more intense second maps we have seen so far in this tournament, but from the stat sheet here, it really looked like it was all Onside Gaming, but don't be mistaken. Incipients did have their moments of brilliance. They did have ways to come back, but in the end, it was just the heroics coming in on the side of Onside Gaming. Some of the individual prowess shining brightly here in this series.
Yeah, WDY, the Star-Lord. Holy! I mean, basically, was a bit of a sleeper agent, right? From that previous domination match, rocking the Mantis, being a support player in the backdrop. Yeah, I'm just a strategist, I'm helping everyone along, and then bam, Shazam, you hit them hard with some Star-Lord Galactic Legends action. 47 total eliminations, 14 final hits. I mean, and also
And a
Tuba
penta.
with some brilliant play as well.
Yeah, Tuba with the triple out of nowhere. I don't think I
Out
wasn't
of
really
nowhere.
seing what happened. I was just my eyes were just glued at the ultimate meters. My eyes were glued on the feed, and I just see Tuba, back to back to back. I'm just like, what just happened? That's not a
Right
meteor.
there.
That's not a
Right
triple
there.
knockout with the meteor. Yeah, right there, then and there, and Tuba just quietly going absolutely crazy. We've been going crazy about WDY, like right here. Look at this. This might have been the first penta we have seen here in stage 2. Almost, what do we call it? A hexa, I think, is what the correct terminology would be.
That's right. I believe so.
No matter what, WDY just going absolutely nuclear, but also Tuba as well, just quietly doing a lot of work behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, I feel like it's a lot, right? That the side of Onside Gaming brought to the plate on their both defensive and attacking half. I mean, Inhyuk once again doing what Cap does best, being the annoying Vanguard in the back line. We had Dawn pop off Soul Resurgence after Soul Resurgence. Yes, was targeted once or twice, but able to provide once again that damage boost. Rebirth and Aim, just amazing work. And Aim obviously on that dueling strategist, able to take to the skies. That is great here for this map, and knock out a few onto like the likes of Gaku, on the likes of Doxlin at some point in time. It's so much beautiful work from all these players.
Yeah, they were quick to shut down Gaku, who was looking really good on the Magic at the beginning of the series, but I feel like
Yeah.
we're seeing a shocking pattern when it comes to these kinds of matches for Incipients. At the very least, they have a commanding early sequence of events in the series, and then as the series drags on, it starts to just slowly devolve into chaos. It just starts looking like a team that just really doesn't look prepared for anything that is being thrown at, because you've got a lot of adaptations coming in from other teams, a lot of different switch ups between the comps, but Incipients are on the more, I guess, 2-dimensional side of compositions. So the adjustments are a little bit lackluster, but that's what you have to deal with when you're playing at the highest level here.
Yeah, and Onside Gaming, you know, Incipients had locked in Magic as their first lock-in, right off the rip for map number 1, but even moving into map number 2, Onside Gaming didn't necessarily feel quite threatened by that Magic to have to ban it out, at least for the side of Crazy Raccoons on map 2. if you cast your memory back onto day one between Crazy Raccoons and Incipients, they actually banned out magic against Incipients, wanted to pay a little respect against Gaku, who rocked that agent. But hey, maybe Incipients are just playing in the future, you know. We're still waiting for the buff because the tournament is still running on season 3.5. And the nice little magic buff, this Dark Child buff, will come in for the tournament at least starting next Thursday, the second week of groups. So they might be playing ahead of themselves, and it's unfortunately costing them games.
We'll see what happens here. We're only at the halfway, or kind of moving towards the halfway point of the group stage. Keep in mind, this first half will be played still on 3.5 patch. We've been covering it time and time again, but just as a reminder, we are still on that 3.5 patch. 4.0 will kick in for the second week of the group stage, and like you said, it does seem like Incipients could be playing a little bit ahead, waiting for those magic buffs to come in, just get a few reps in and see if this magic pick could really work out. But for now, like you said, it is costing them a little bit. Now down 2 losses in this Group A.
Yeah, and Onsite Gaming's gotta feel quite good about that. You know, having 2 points up on the lead just gives them a bit of a breather. You know, there could be a scenario, there could be a world, there could be a universe, 14 million of them, right? Where all these tick-for-tack trades and everyone ends up with 1 point to their name at the end of a couple of days. But hey, to have a 2-point lead up in groups is a solid start. It's on the shoulders of some of these insane plays, right? That we'd love to see some very TikTok. I hope you're all clipping that, chat, because these are gonna get views on TikTok.
Yeah, and there is a lot of individual players shining here this time around. We haven't really seen much of that kind of scenarios here in stage 2. Most of them have been just a team effort, just having everyone just doing their part, doing what they can to try to keep their team alive, keep their team moving towards a victory. But here, I feel like there was more emphasis on the individuals, especially when you look at Onside, WDY going absolutely crazy in map number 2, AIM going crazy in map number 1, and Inhyuk just being that cornerstone in both aspects and just going absolutely crazy in that first map, and then Tuba obviously having his moment in that second map as well.
I think this actually sheds a very interesting light onto Onsite Gaming. You know, their roles aren't necessarily very fixed. You know, like you call it, AIM was running the Phoenix on that first map as a duelist, now swapped over to probably the most duelist-like strategist, yes, but still a strategist to say the least. And WD-40 did the exact WDY did the exact opposite, right? Going from a strategist that was Mantis onto a powerhouse like Star-Lord on that second map, it kind of makes it hard to really put a nail onto Onsite Gaming. This might be their forte, you know. No one here is locked into roles. Everyone can flex just a little bit, and that provides counters against such a flexible team harder to decide. You know, as a coach, you say, oh my gosh, there are too many counters to have to work. How are we gonna have effective hero picks and bans? That is precisely what Onsite Gaming brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I just want to go back. I mean, it's fair. You could call WDY WD-40. He was playing like an absolute machine right now, a well-oiled machine in his own right.
Well,
so, sometimes that kind of slip up could happen, but I'm okay with calling WDY WD-40 at this point.
Oh wait, I mean, caught me off guard that slip of the tongue. It is. I mean, yeah. I'd love to see. I feel like there's very few teams that can actually do this sort of flex. Yes, in the bios that we receive from these teams, some people do say that, you know, they're actual flex, and perhaps, you know, they do indeed move between different roles, but within the same series, right? Map after map, we do see a change up pretty dramatically from a lot, at least like half the roster. Yeah, the Vanguards still remain in the front line, but hey, can't necessarily shut down the side of the strategist, able to churn out damage as well.
With that, we have received special intel that we will be heading into another player interview yet again on the victorious side of this series from Onsite Gaming. Didn't quite catch what the player was. It's actually going to be Tuba. Here we go. Hello, Tuba. Welcome to the caster desk.
Oh, hello.
Hello, hello.
Perfect. Welcome,
Hello, hello.
Tuba. Indeed, the Vanguard in action. How are you feeling after that 2-0 against Incipients?
We are happy because we won the game.
A very, very expected outcome. A very great response. And from you, we want to ask, who do you think was the best player on your team in this game?
I think every did so well that I don't think I can choose just one person.
Wow. Wow. Humble. Even after getting a nice 3K during that round as the Vanguard on Midtown, our humble king says everyone played their part. I love it, Tuba. What a phenomenal response. Hey, last question before we let you go and celebrate with the rest of your teammates. Tomorrow, you will be facing XOXO. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yep. We do best to. Yeah, we will do best, I think.
We will do his absolute best. I'm loving the confidence. I'm loving the expectation coming in. Thank you, Tuba, for joining us. Go celebrate with the team. And again, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my gosh, what a humble king. I love me a humble king. I love saying, oh no, my 3K, no one was, MVP. Everyone played their part. Lovely. I mean, this, honestly, maybe it's just for the cameras, maybe it's just for the mic, but if that truly is genuine, I love it. It's just really appreciate that everyone's playing their part, and that's important.
Yeah, I feel like it's valid, right? Saying that everyone played their part, because if you flashback into Bat 1, it was all in-hyuk, it was all aim. Dawn and Rebirth obviously doing their job as strategists, trying to do their best to keep the team alive. But yeah, map 1, it was all in-hyuk, it was all aim, and then you go to map 2, it was WDY and Tuba shining brightly in those maps. So in a sense, Tuba responding what seems to be humbly could just be the correct answer here.
Dropping facts is our in-house Vanguard. Tuba joined us on the caster desk. I love to hear some insights, and coming off to talk about tomorrow's matchup against XOXO. That will be the last series to end off week 1 here in the Asia region. Our humble king kind of said, I think we're ready, not wanting to overstep, just wanting to keep expectations together, want to focus on the game plan and not throw words out. I love it. Keeping it together, making sure that they just have a plan and they stick to it and execute it the best that they can.
That's exactly what they want, right? Already on side, sitting 2 points to their name, already on the top of Group A alongside Crazy Raccoon, who are going to be playing against XOXO1 later, but that will be final best of 3. But we do have one more best of 3 right in between it. So we're gonna hold off yet again. Subtle foreshadowing for the match of the night. How fitting is it for Crazy Raccoon versus EXO being the final best of 3 for tonight?
Of course. It's one of the bigger matches up that we had. But hey, before that, we'll have to, of course, show us that third series, which is going to be Rejects versus OEG. That's going to be a juicy one as well. I mean, Rejects having dropped their first series against Zero Tenacity is honestly probably a big deal. I can only imagine the kind of discussions that are happening in the locker room after that 2-1 loss, or that 1-2 loss rather, against the OQ team, or rather the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2 team, right? And so they definitely want to be able to come up, just swinging right off the gate. That barrier drops and they just press that W key, damage all out, healing all out against the like of OEGs, who's also had a point under their name. So that'll be interesting to see how that matchup works.
Yeah, like you said, RC Reject being on the back foot this time around. They did go undefeated in stage 1, in the group stage at the very least, but now things are not looking so hot here in stage 2. Already dropping a series, but to be fair, our Reject have only gone through a minor roster change. There is a chance that change definitely caused a little bit of growing pains here and there for Reject, but we're gonna have to figure out if they overcame that when we go into the next series. But before that, we're gonna take a little bit of a breather because that match was intense. So when we come back, we will see Reject up against OEG Esports in our third best of 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Dictum, guardian of the eighth city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Midtown! Double.
You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the halfway point here of Day 3 of Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 here in the Asia region. And we are your guides. That one, Dan. Next to me is Multitudes. And we've got the second half. That road still ahead of us heading into this next best of 3.
I like that word, Dan. That word guides, you know, in this chaotic mess that is the esports scene. There's a lot of information, there's a lot of things to break down. And we will be the guiding light in this horrific, chaotic darkness and hopefully shed a little bit of interesting insights and peeling back the fog of war for the matchup that's upcoming. Rejects versus OEG Esports. Ooh. A lot to talk about.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about. Most notably, Reject being on the back foot here. They are actually able to bleed. The Titans that we were calling them back in Stage 1 are already in the back foot, have a loss to their name, losing to Zero Tenacity yesterday in a very, very close best of 3 matchup. Whereas OEG, they came in from the open qualifiers and now are looking good right now. Already have a win to their name, but now the question is, can OEG hold on to a lead, or will Reject close the gap and make Group B a lot more competitive?
That's honestly not what I thought we would be saying on just day number 3 here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia region. I mean, OEG has the leg up over Reject. Unbelievable. And I got the throwback to the interview that we did with No Smite on Zero Tenacity during their matchup on day 2, right? At the start of day 2 is that, hey, confirming that the Emma Frost ban against Reject was important for them to knock out one of their most favored and comfortable vanguards, right? The likes of, I want to say, Piggy, always rocking the Emma. Taking that away from Piggy, letting them play on maybe something a bit more uncomfortable, was how Zero Tenacity got their way in. And if OEG are listening, that's precisely where their weakness might be. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. But to be fair, that was also a map where Emma Frost was a very, very strong pickup. If I remember correctly, it might have been Midtown. Midtown, most known for having so many lanes that Emma Frost can just simply control with the press of a button. But now we look forward for Reject, as we touched up on this right before we went to an extended break. Reject did go through a minor roster adjustment, and we're currently under the assumption that their loss could factor from the growing pains of trying to adjust to for some of the players to adjust to a newer system, adjust to a newer team, adjust to how these players are playing around each other. And just from those growing pains, maybe Reject are having a slow start, but I'm sure there will be ways for them to just come back swinging.
You know what's crazy? The fact that Reject, you talked about the roster changes. They dropped Mocha, they pulled in Marvel as well as Izakaya, and these two newbies on the Reject roster actually came from Yoyang 1, which turned out to be Zero Tenacity, and that was the team that they lost against. I mean, the script writers could not fathom that in overtime. That is ridiculous. So they'll really have to figure out how they factor in. I mean, Marvel, to be honest, played fantastic, right, on that first pickup, that first domination match, and it just kind of fumbled in map number 2 and map number 3. And so far, Reject has had a day to kind of figure it out, and we come back after about 36 hours to their second game to figure out if their team has truly bonded.
Yeah, and I'm sure Reject are more than ready to come into this match against OEG. OEG, like we talked about for a little bit, did pull off a win against Rocket University back in day 1. So now OEG have a feel of what it's like to play at the highest level. We have some new names on the OEG roster as well, but there is one player that we have seen before, and that's going to be Onse on OEG, a new banner. If you remember correctly, he was on that Dopamine roster back in Stage 1, which did turn into O2 Blast in the latter half of Stage 1. So he is making a comeback. I'm sure he's bringing a little bit of that experience to the roster as they do go up against Reject.
Yep, Onse making their debut here for OEG, and it's not just that one experienced player coming from Stage 1. We've also got Midstar hailing from the likes of LNTR as well as Heil, depending on your pronunciation, coming from Marvel Vietnam Esports. And it's gonna be a lot of these factors playing into this OEG Esports roster that I think honestly might give Reject a run. They're not just out yet. I mean, it's ridiculous. Chad was saying that Reject obviously need to win this, and I 100% agree. They were the winners since day 1. They need to firmly showcase their dominance here, and it's not off to the best start. OEG have the craziest play. If they do this upset, I don't know what to say.
Oh yeah, this would be an even crazier upset. The upset that we saw from Zero Tenacity, in a way, could have happened, since Zero Tenacity do have a lot of strong players on that roster, most notably XZ. You've got other players as well. But yeah, Zero Tenacity did have the firepower it needed to overcome Reject, but still, Reject still nothing to scoff at. They still have really, really strong players, really strong team overall, like we saw back in map number 1 yesterday. But in the end, it's just that, can they keep it going? We saw them go absolutely crazy in map 1, and then they started to fall off a bit in maps 2 and 3. Do we see that kind of story yet again? Or do we see a revitalized Reject coming in ready to go?
Well, let's hope it's the latter, you know what I'm saying? Because you gotta be kind of thinking about what went wrong that first series. You're gonna be clicking on all cylinders moving forward. So if I'm OEG, I've got to be a little like worried, you know? Like, think about it. Is the Hulk scary or an angered Hulk scarier, right? And if anything, Reject just had their head in a blender yesterday, and they're gonna come out just swinging right off the bat. So OEG, I think they're in for a treat. They're gonna be showcased, hey, exactly what stage 2 is all about here in Group B. Rejects are gonna bring the fire.
Yeah, the reigning champions from stage 1 looking to extend their greatness here in stage 2, but starting off on the back end, it's going to be a bit of a slow start for Reject, but now up against OEG, who already do have a win under their belt. But Reject need to be in a must-win mentality if they want to stay afloat in Group B, as well as make this group competitive.
Yep, and we're gonna head off to Krakoa, the first map here, the domination, King of the Hill style, as you know, these teams will be battling off point control, a centralized location to brawl it all. And if any of these last domination matches have been indicative of what's to come, it's going to be an all-out brawl that is right off the bat. Mantis out of the way. We cannot underestimate how important this is, right? This Mantis is just a damage dealer passively to basically support your duelists as well as your vanguards.
Yeah, we did talk about this a little bit in past days. I feel like back in stage 1, there was a lot of emphasis on the Vanguard bands. We saw a lot of Magneto, we saw a lot of Emma Frost showing their presence in the bands and the picks, but now after the mid-season finals, after seeing what the rest of the world has been doing, everyone has been kind of following suit on realizing how strong strategists have been, and they've been really prioritizing those kinds of picks, those kinds of bands even more. But on top of that, Reject are also prioritizing Captain America, which is also very valid.
Indeed, right? Captain America has been basically secured for the side of Reject. I'm looking at the likes of who normally runs. Is it Marvel who normally runs Captain America? I can't remember on this new roster for Reject. But hey, on the OEG side, they're banning out Psylocke. That's obviously a targeted ban against Gorgo, who has been absolutely phenomenal with the Japanese character. And okay, don't play in my hearts, Gargoyle. Really? The Black Widow? Really?
I'm sure it'll swap out. I know we haven't seen a whole lot of Black Widow here in the biggest stage, but you never know. You never know. Maybe Reject have been cooking up something. Maybe it's a special case when they're on Krakoa, but I would take this Black Widow pick with a grain of salt.
I'd be interesting because Piggy is right now at least hovering. You know, we won't know until the barriers drop, but hovering on that Venom, it's almost to showcase that, hey, whatever the likes of No Smite said yesterday from Zero Tenacity is maybe is no longer a concern. That might be Piggy's back on the Emma Frost. So once again, coming back to their comfort picks to secure themselves that hopefully win and show them what's up here for Rejects.
It's slowly but surely opening now as Reject go up against OEG here in map number 1 on the streets of Krakoa. Reject once again need to come out with a win in this series if they want to stay afloat, if they want to stay in a comfortable position in Group B, which is arguably the more tougher of the two groups here in stage 2.
Look at this flank position, already opted by the side of Dobby, and with Marvel running the Captain America being the diverging efforts, and I will land these sparks time and time again. It's going to be a bit of a uphill battle for OEG to fight themselves back onto the side with a nice push onto Captain America, but Hyle and Midstar will fall to the demise by the vanguards from Reject.
Almost an even trade so far, but it's slightly in favor of Reject. But OEG did charge up the site, but it wasn't enough to start getting those points going. And it's going to be Reject who will start to take control of the site. But there is a slight pause, and we will come back as soon as that is resolved. But for now, Reject coming in swinging. And that's great to see from them.
I love it, right? They're coming back to their roots of being able to send a couple of flankers around from the edge, pinching upon their opponents from slightly different angles. And you have the likes of Finale just so comfortable on the Phoenix, landing those sparks while the rest of the opponents are distracted by, say, a Captain America, or even in this case, a Jeff. I love to see more Jeffs here, and we're seeing them come huge with the gameplay inspired likely by this mid-season finals.
Yeah, the mid-season finals really did shine a light on that Land Shark. So many teams from other places have been operating it. I know, shout out to Rad, who have really innovated the Jeff pick. And it's really no surprise that they won the whole damn thing, right? The mid-season finals coming home to the EMEA region. And now it's starting to make waves in other regions as other teams have been picking up this Jeff pick, which also is getting a significant buff when it comes to Season 4.0, but we're still on 3.5, so when Jeff uses the Land Shark ultimate, it's still not going to leave that zone of healing just yet.
No, not just yet. Reject, able to secure the point pretty early on. The question is, are they going to be able to hold, right? OEG have a few things up their sleeve. I'm thinking about their Psylocke, their Luna Snow as well, and if we can get those ultimates charged up fast enough, it's all gonna be down to that wire. I feel like the best teams from a macro point of view are able to time their ultimates fairly well, and if you're able to actually save ultimates for a reactive measure, you're going to be in a better position because you're able to just wait and let your opponent take the first move. You have an immediate counter for that and able to support the rest of your teammates.
Yeah, and speaking of ultimate timing, Gargoyle, most notably, is running the Adam Warlock at this very moment. So all eyes are going to be on this Adam Warlock if he wants to get a valuable ultimate. And it's going to have to be timed perfectly as Marvel going straight back into the action as he just wants to look for distractions, looks for dives, just weaving in and out of the fray as Finale playing that backline Phoenix, another one of those playstyles that we've been seeing from these Phoenix players.
And Mimimu now taking to the skies, wanting to hold things back. Marvel senses weakness and moves in with a speed and charge. Now the flank from the Human Torch, the slam dunk onto the backline strategist. Couple with OEG trying to make it work now. Triggering the high in the sky. Inferno. A bit of vulnerability there as Marvel now will find Midstar. The duelist out of action.
OEG yet again almost taking control of the site, but it's still in control of Reject as Wilvex is able to find Marvel, but Gargoyle will trade out with Fab. But now the momentum very well in Reject's favor as Piggy goes into diamond form, dashes forward to try to gain some space, just zoning the rest of OEG away. And they will be able to do so. And now the question is, what does OEG do here? They have 4 ultimates to work with, but Reject a little bit lacking in the ultimate department, but they most notably have all 3 of their strategists up and ready to go.
Yeah, and the Karmic Revival is going to be big, right? If they drop, that's okay. Just let Adam Warlock do their thing. Marvel's in the background, trying to be absolutely nuisance. But the issue is the dance. The butterflies trying to find the market. Gargoyle, the critical one, out of the way.
Gargoyle does have the cocoon available, so he's probably going to use it at any given moment. Here comes Volvax with the meteor. Will shut down. Gargoyle now respawning back into the fray. But Ninimu will find Finale as well. But the Karmic Revival will keep everyone alive. Reject already hitting that 99 percentile mark as the overtime meter is coming into fruition. And blink and you miss it. Reject complete the shutout.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what a start for the side of Reject. They did not like what they saw in the first series, and as expected, doors open, just arms swinging, hitting their marks.
Sorry, I'm just watching Dobby just spinning around right now. I'm just mesmerized.
Enthralled. I love it. Hey, I gotta say, honestly, for the majority of that first point, the trades were very even actually. I felt that feed on the top right was a blue-orange back and forth. It came down to the absolute wire. And then the stomp at the end to secure that 99% push over to 100. So not too shabby from OEG Esports. We just need a little bit of oomph. And obviously getting the point under control will be step one.
Yeah, step one is getting control of the site. Fab does have the Psionic Seduction available, but on the side of Reject, you got Finale and Marvel. Pop getting their ultimates ready to go. Piggy also giving Reject their own Psionic Seduction as well as Marvel. Getting some information here. Spots out the composition that OEG are running and will back off. Report to the team that what he saw as he goes back into the fray. Finale still playing in the back, just putting down the damage as Marvel on the side of your screen is just causing a lot of problems right now for OEG as both Emma Frost will pop their Psionic Seduction. And now here comes the fight. Reject charging up the site to halfway, but OEG will make it onto there in time as Dobby just quietly finding a pick onto Minimu as the Colonel Bond coming in for OEG. Who will fall first? Who will falter? It's a matter of time in just a few seconds.
Absolutely uncontested with Dobby in that backline. Now around this tree makes it harder to sustain. Piggy will find the pick onto OFAB, just opening things up for Reject. Hopefully the point's not going to contest it despite all of it. And into Kaya. Holy! 1 by 1 OEG fall. And that's going to be the point going over to the Rejects. It's labored, but what matters is the point garnered under their control.
Not entirely sure how Izayaki got into that position entirely. Was able to find his own doppelganger in the likes of Kiel, and was just able to just pick him off, stun him up with the snowball, and then just finish him off with the left click. Make it quick, make it easy. And now OEG needs to look for the push. 3 ultimates available, but look alongside the Reject, and they have a lot of ultimates to work with. As Dobby also finding a pick. Marvel will find one as well. Yet again, OEG are falling 1 by 1.
I mean, OEG actually have ultimates, but the way that Reject are pressing the issue, pushing into their map space and terrain, leave OEG with very little chance to use their ultimate effectively, right? The worst thing maybe the worst thing you want to do is you have to burn a strategist ult very early to try to even make space to get onto the point instead of using it to cap the point itself. And that is the strategy that Reject are burning.
Yeah, and that's honestly what they really need to do. But right now, quick little snapshot of what we saw before the pause kicked in. There are a lot of ultimates online right now for both sides right now. I think there's 3 or 4 ultimates available on the side of Reject. On the side of OEG, you've got 4 as well. So we're gonna definitely see some sort of domino effect, and we talked about this time and time again. It's a matter of timing these ultimates, timing when to use it, and try to get as much value as possible. And that's going to be a big question mark as we head into this next big fight.
Yeah, I gotta head it to Dobby so far as on the Jeff, right? You'd think that after the nerf a few months back, that front line kind of sneaky beaky duelist-esque Jeff is no longer viable. Nay, you just aren't good enough. It's a skill issue, and Dobby shows us exactly why. You just need to have the right positioning and not overcommit, right? When you have a Captain America on your side taking the flank with you, you can absolutely start fragging out, and that's precisely what Reject have been doing in those last moments, pressing the issue, pushing back the likes of OEG back into their spawn. Yes, OEG have a lot of ultimates, but like I said, you don't want to burn an ultimate like, let's say, a Fate of Both Worlds, trying to even leave your spawn. That feels like such a waste, and that's what Reject want them to do.
Yeah, and so far it's looking like that's what OEG might have to do. Obviously, it sucks to do something like that, but right now the amount of pressure exerted from Reject right now, with Marvel just diving in and out, and at one point he was right in front of the spawn of OEG, and I'm afraid that if OEG want to at least make it onto the site, they may have to burn a strategist ultimate or two.
Yeah, that might have to be the case. Hopefully it'll be a last resort, but hey, time's already ticking. You know, they've got no percentage points on the cap itself. I'm also thinking about both sides, Emma Frost, right? Piggy just absolutely rocking it, right? Against the like of Fab, I believe. And at some point in time, you know, early on in point number 2, they both pushed out their ultimate, the Silent Seduction, and then lo and behold, I feel like 60 seconds later, Piggy has theirs back again for another push. And at that point in time, I had a quick look. You know, Fab only had it at 55%. This is the level of cycling that Rejects has on top of ultimate usage. It's just non-stop and unrelenting.
Yeah, and the only way you can really charge up these ultimates is landing your shots. That's really what it boils down to. We said this time and time again. Both teams really can land their shots, but it's a matter of who can operate their heroes better at the micro scale, maybe even the macro scale. Maybe it's all coming down to positioning. Maybe it all comes down to resource management. And these are questions that both teams need to answer when going into these fights. When do you use the ultimates? How are you going to use the ultimates? Or do you want to use it in tandem with either someone on your team or try to counter from the enemy? A lot of questions, and really, this is what Marvel Rivals really boils down to. Just coming down to when to use what, when to manage your resources, when to save, when to go all in. And that is something they need to consider.
Yeah, and hey, chat, let's just be clear, okay? We're just a couple of casters sitting in an air-conditioned room, having the time and space to think about these things, but these players having to do microsecond decision-making, having to just internally count, okay, yep, they're getting their ultimates online. I gotta think about my positioning and my counters. That's all happening at nanoseconds, frames at a time. And so they're playing out of their freaking minds. And there's a lot that we can judge, but hey, at the final moments of it all, it's how you execute. OEG running that double kind of shields comp into a fluid composition that Rejects are showing, they're struggling, and I wonder if they want to change their pace up a little bit to match the fluidity. The question is, do they have that in their bank, right? Can they pull it out, and are they able to execute it as well as Reject?
That's another thing that's separating from the good teams and the best teams. It's in terms of adaptability, the amount of times where teams can just realize that, hey, this comp isn't working. We need to change something, and they're able to do it no problem. And that's we've seen the advantages of it. We've seen the disadvantages of not being able to adapt to a different composition. And that's again another big question mark for OEG. Do they want to switch over to something different, or do they just stay with what they're comfortable with?
Yeah, that's the hard part, right? Like, and now I think about, okay, the fact that Piggy gets on some of their comfort picks, you know, Rejects have a lot of their comfort picks, to be honest, right? Izakaya has the Luna Stone that they decide to lock in. Piggy obviously back on the Emma. Gargoyle, yep, forced off the Psylocke because of the ban, but onto the Atom, which they have done tremendous work in the past with some brilliant right clicks onto hits, and obviously is the backline pressure. And with all these fronts firing simultaneously at a time, OEG are having a hard time trying to figure out, okay, do we take the high ground? Oh, Captain America's going to be there. Do we take the left route? Oh, Jeff, the Land Shark's going to be peeking on the corner and just gets away with absolute murder before you know it. It's a lot to have to deal with and think about.
It's a lot of factors to factor in on OEG. Might be even too much, to be honest. I know it'd be too much for me, me personally. It's just like, so many options. What do I do? But that's OEG, right? That's the situation they're in right now. They need to consider every kind of options as we do slowly but surely make our way back into the match as OEG are looking to regroup and Reject still in a commanding position. Okay. What a pick.
That is a great start, but the trade once again immediately comes out finale high in the sky. But okay, Little Vex finally finding some value. It's coming to revival from Gargoyle, making presence known and bringing all these players back from the brink of death. Even Marvel and Biggie, what was supposed to be a team wipe and a single ultimate, just revives the momentum.
Yeah, this momentum swinging into Reject's favor, but thankfully, OEG did not commit a lot of ultimate, but now they're starting to dump everything into the kitchen sink. Ninamu was able to find one, but the Strangling Prison is going to allow OEG to go absolutely crazy. Ninamu finds multiple members with the Kraken Impact thanks to Wolfex's Strangling Prison, and that wombo combo pays dividends for them.
Bit of them coming alive, a bit of fire in their bloods for OEG Esports. I like the pick onto Groot. Little Vex, you know, being strategic about the walls, about the picks, about the combinations of ultimates, together with the Kraken Impact can do so much with that backline. Survive around Piggy's silent seduction, and Fab will go down to it.
Would have been a little bit overzealous with that silent seduction. Fab getting just absolutely shut down through the silent seduction, but thankfully Mistar is there to bail everyone out with their own karmic revival. But Onse pops the eternal bond as Piggy and Dobby will team up to find an opportunity to get themselves back into the site. OEG already climbing to about 50%, but Finale and Piggy will seal the deal for the time being as OEG only make it to halfway.
I mean, it's so hard, especially because the way, you know, once again, Reject playing so fluidly and getting this Onse out of action. It's obviously needing to force a bit of this teleport play, but Finale starts things off onto Midstar. Has the cocoon, will be back into order, but OEG aren't out of the fight just yet. Oh, Midstar gets nothing onto the revival. No chance for a second life. Tadobi absolutely open for the heals and the damage coming in strong. Okay, it's Ninamu now with a bit of a resurgence. Little Vex finds Gargoyle in the midst of it all as well. Maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, Wolfex got a multi-man Strangling Prison during that. They were just able to lock down many members of Reject, and the damage was just enough, but it looks like it's all for naught as Reject overcome what was a slow start back in day 2. And they will take map 1 and put themselves in the lead in this best of 3.
Wonderfully done, right? I mean, it's very interesting to take. No, I'm gonna break it down a little bit afterwards. But hey, just looking at the MVP, of course, it is Marvel. So well deserving. I can go absolutely all day just pressing the issue, pressing the map control straight into the faces. And what this does is it opens up so many fronts of attack for the side of Rejects, right? Allowing Dobby, allowing the likes of Piggy, Gargoyle with those long range right clicks, Finale with those sparks bursting off of people's heads. That's precisely what Marvel has been doing.
And I think, if I remember correctly, Dobby, I think, has gone undefeated on the Jeff yet again. I think he's done that. I think he's done that back in their first matchup, if I remember correctly. But
I think
here we
right.
are, Dobby, doing it again, staying alive throughout the entirety of map 1 as the Jeff, and really this pick has been starting to work out in Reject's favor. But then again, it is Marvel, it is Finale, putting on an absolute show here in map number 1. Although there were some breaks in between due to technicalities, but in the end, it is Reject taking control of map 1.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty solid start, at least for OEG Esports. You know, on this map 1, you can see a lot of tick-for-tack trades, but slowly really crumbled on point number 2. Marvel just absolutely being the front liner of the team with some shield bumps left and right. Obviously, OEG had that Kraken Impact. We gotta talk about that. Combo womboed with the Strangling Prison to fight their way back onto the site, but it's just too little too late. You know, Adobe, I gotta hand it to our production team as well. That camera locked onto Dobby on the Land Shark off-angle healing and damage, right? That's not a position that you expect a land shark to be, and that's precisely where you can just sit, chill out, just hold your left click and vibe with doing your part. That's precisely what Adobe is doing.
Yeah, the only rough part on the side of OEG was that there's just no way of pressuring the backline. They didn't have any heroes that really just jump in, can just be a little bit annoying and then just jump out and then rinse and repeat. So that just allows Reject's backline, especially the strategists, to just not worry about it at all. They realize that, hey, they're running like Groot, Emma Frost. We know we banned out the Captain America, so we don't really have to worry about anything else. We just have to do our job. We just don't have to screw up the easy parts, and they do make it happen. Reject put themselves in a lead over OEG, but now the question becomes, what does OEG decide for their second map? They do have pick priority and they do have side priority, so they have a lot of resources to work with if they want to keep themselves alive in this series.
And they 100% want to, right? They want to keep their lead. It'll be amazing if they can drop one more on to Reject. That'll be the dagger straight into the heart, I believe. But right now, Rejects are looking pretty good. The way they're pressing the issue, and OEG wanting to mimic that, it's so hard for them to replicate the successes that Reject have. Its coordination is unfathomable. So we'll have to see what they, and they being OEG Esports, will bring to map 2. It will be their map pick, it'll be their side pick as well. So give them the advantage and let OEG let Rejects figure out how to fight them. It's gonna be map 2 coming to a Twitch or YouTube channel near you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
OEG Esports? More like OMG Esports. I mean, this is a true wake-up call for the team here, losing out map 1 against Rejects. This is really gonna be testing their metal to the wire. They had a pretty good run against Rocket University on day 1, but now you're against one of the best, and they've stepped up to play.
Yep, Reject is showing us why they are the winners of Stage 1 Ignite in the Asia region. And right now, with a commanding 1-0 victory so far, putting on an absolute show on Krakoa. And now we move on to Yggdrasil, the map choice here for OEG Esports. This is where they want to go if they want to try to force a map number 3. And what better way than one of the more popular maps we have seen it back in Stage 1.
It is popular, but it also means that a lot of teams have had a lot of practice on Yggdrasil's path, and with the level of aerial superiority that's demanded from teams, Reject likely going to be able to bring the fire. I'm thinking about Finale, I'm thinking about Gargle, I'm thinking about even the likes of Izakaya, who are able to bring the heat either on the ground or in the air. And so OEG, they need to bring the heat themselves, and I wouldn't count them out just yet, but once again, I need to see more.
Do need to see more out of OEG at this very moment. They do pick the attacking side first, so they will be pushing the cart. Let's see how far they get. But for now, we do need to wait for the action, and the action will take place here in the picks and bans with Reject at their match point here in this best of 3.
I'm just thinking now, from a picks and bans perspective, does OEG do the same thing that Zero Tenacity do? This is the 3rd time I'm saying this. You're gonna get Piggy off that Emma Frost. Well, we'll have to see. It's normally not done within the first half. We're gonna see the natural ones come out, the Loki lock-in and the ban. Reject getting that ban lock-in advantage means that OEG can't necessarily lock that out. So on to Captain America they go to strip away Marvel of their name piece.
Yeah, if they do pull through, it is a good ban, but they may hold off onto it for just a little bit longer, as the Luna going to be the choice of ban for OEG onto Reject. And now OEG looking to ban out the Captain America, which has been so annoying for OEG in the hands of Marvel.
Okay, I understand why the Luna Snow ban, right? They wanted Captain America at first, which is now coming in, but because of the lock-in from Loki, I mean, the fact that Loki does have a Luna Snow to copy, that's just, what, 24 seconds of near invulnerability? Yeah, that's too much to handle, and OEG shut that down with that Luna Snow ban.
Yeah, that's one way to think of it. 24 seconds is a very long time here in Marvel Rivals, as Reject moving on from that consideration will take the Ultron, which is a very strong pick on the defensive side on Yggdrasil in particular. You do have that one area of the map right before the 2 corners where the Ultron can just jiggle peek inside and out and just use the cover to their utmost advantage. And it looks like OEG will do the same.
Yep, Ultrons are the picks here. And OEG also went ahead to ban out the Human Torch. Both sides decided to ban out the Human Torch. If you can't have it, if I can't have it, you can't either, says the side of Reject. That leaves Finale, as well as the side of, I want to say Onse, thinking about who else they can choose to really bring the heat.
A little bit of a big question mark now. Can OEG find their footing, find a momentum to work with? They are on the attacking side, so they really need to make a deep run if they want to put Reject on their toes.
Yeah, I liked Little Vex changing over to the Groot, right? You saw a little bit of Groot action happening towards the later half of the first point, and I thought that was very effective to try and cut the map into different sections and allow better target acquisition for the side of OEG Esports. Perhaps coming in a little too late in the game was their demise. So let's see, Thor might be the selection here. Interesting. You know, just a reminder that Season 4 Thor buffs aren't yet in action here for the tournament client. No, this is once again toying with my heart. I'm gonna start talking about OEGs, boys.
They just love switching up on you, but here we go. The gates open, the cart is moving, and Reject look to defend. Oh, wait. Looks like Ninimu, though, already finding some access, but only takes out a Loki clone. And now he's been detected, but look at the health bars coming in from OEG as first blood goes into favor of Marvel, who is forced off the Captain America, but he is cooking nonetheless, just on a different hero.
I mean, if you can aim, you can do it all, right? And those walls, once again, being their demise. Now we see a change up. Littleback's on the storm, just wanting to take air superiority, which is going to be the answer here, right? Rejects no flies at all. They'll have to spend time and effort to look up into the sky against the likes of Ninimu as well as Littlevex.
Cosmic might return.
Ninimu getting a good chunk in, but Finale is quick to take him out. But Littlevex quick to trade as well. Onto Marvel. Keep in mind, Reject, they are on the defensive side. If any of them go down and they respawn, they are going to have to make a long walk back into the fight, into the fray. As Midstar adjusts onto the Squirrel Girl, as here we go. The ultimate domino effect now taking place as Dobie dashes in, finds the pick, needs to run away as Gargoyle will shut down Hyel, who I think was charging up the Eternal Bond. Yeah, now the ultimate down to 2% as Gargoyle is able to shut things down, and OEG are left with absolutely nothing but a Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, the ultimate trades come clean, and Reject are the victors of it all as we go again, right? The respawn timer for OEG is fast, and they're gonna have to come in blazing to try to use this advantage. Mam's actually forced out. They can look at dunk onto. No more Meteor M. Dobie tries to respond in kind with a bit of a backward push onto OEG Esports, just
great
pressing
wall.
on all fronts. Marvel can do it all.
Marvel was just able to pin down Hyel, preventing him from walking back into spawn to get the heals up. Now Finale and Marvel threatening the Karmic Revival and the Strangling Prison respectively. What does OEG go for? Ninimu forced to adjust onto the Wolverine as the Meteor M is going to soak up a lot of the damage with another trade. 1-for-1, the last stand coming in as well. Now it's in favor of OEG, but the Karmic Revival from Finale will bring them right back into the fight.
That negates any sort of kind of countdown respawn timer, bringing back Piggy into the fray, who's seconds away from, seconds away from getting eliminated. Now the Omega Hurricane comes up for OEG. Looking for some level of mark in the midst of this Eternal Bond. Doesn't quite land it though. So it's gonna be OEG pressing the match, or pressing Gargoyle off the cuff. The wall temporarily halts the advance, but the steal onto Marvel is big. The survivability is too much. They back away into the corner. Reject giving up the space.
Great discipline coming in from Reject. They realize that they're on a man disadvantage, so they willingly back away, but they don't run away. That is the most important part, but Finale does get picked off. It does have the cocoon, but Marvel not so lucky. No cocoon for him available as everyone's going down to the last stand. Takes out 3, and Ninimu out of seemingly nowhere jumps in the face of Reject, and they look to push onto the first point.
They do. Piggy, Doctor Strange inbound, has the Eye of Agamotto as well. Ninimu understanding the plan here. Almost all of OEG Esports camped around this cart, understanding that it's going to come in, but Omega Hurricane might be the aim here. Look at Littlevex positioning, just wanted to see where it might come in. The steal from Ninimu starts things off, and Marvel's in the fray.
The blunder looks like it's starting in favor of OEG, but now the Omega Hurricane is the secondary blender, but the stun coming in onto 2, and they wipe both of them out. Finale on the jet this time around, but Onse will find a trade, but the man advantage is in favor of OEG at this very moment, and Piggy will make a name for himself right now with a quick little double. Might find more, but the bubble will buy a lot of time, and there's a pesky little Wolverine on the side. Gets the kidnap, but he will inevitably fall.
Holy, the desperation portal! Oh my gosh, wait, they tripped over the edge! I don't think the portal was positioned well, they had to jump! And I think that just cost them milliseconds
switch things
from
up,
getting their foot
including
onto
which
the
side
cart.
you're on.
And that changed the result completely.
Top-notch team to
Oh
win
my
this one.
gosh, yeah. Spending that extra half second to just actually step onto the site was all it took to separate from a potential first point for OEG. And now Reject are on the offensive. They have to push the cart a little bit, but compared to what they could have done, try to push. This is on paper no problem for Reject.
Yeah, they're feeling confident. This is a different beast than what we saw from yesterday. They're probably just a bit of a warm-up round, you know, like give the viewers a little bit of a taste, give them a little bit of
30
excitement.
seconds
But
before
this
you
is the
attack.
Reject
Get
that
ready.
we are really, really familiar with, right?
Use our
Looking
ice
at
powers
their
together.
new
We can stop our
composition,
enemies
moving
cold.
into their new roster, moving into
are
the
the
second
winter
half.
soldier,
Now
aren't you?
OEG finding themselves with a bit of an uphill battle, right? 2-2-2 across the boards. I'm looking at Ninimu on the Wolverine
The
to
battle
start
starts
things
in
off, right?
5,
Has been
4,
valuable to find some
3,
great
2,
feral leaps.
1.
We need more of that.
Now it's Reject this time on the offensive. Here we go. OEG playing a little bit passive this time around, playing on the hill
Yep.
with that cover to try to just
I like the cold.
keep Reject in that choke point in their sights. But now here we go. There's the kidnap onto Wilvex. Finale will pick up a double. Might find more. Finds a triple. Finds a quad. Is this going to be a first 6K? No, it won't be. Dobie will be quick to steal it away. But a great sequence coming in from Reject. And now OEG suddenly in a very, very scary spot.
They are. They're scrambling for answers, right? Onse on the Venom now, the Doctor Strange to come in with the last minute teleport. This might be the
We need to
final
get these beasts
team
to
fight
Yggdrasil.
that we have. Izakaya just waiting to come up from the shadows as the Lord of Mischief, the God of
they
Mischief.
gotta go.
to
They gotta
come in.
go.
Oh,
Where
what
are
did
they?
wait?
Oh my God.
1-4 meters just in the nick of time.
But is it enough though? OEG, they make it onto the site. That's step 1. Step 2 is actually winning the fight as Piggy doing his best to try to land down the damage, land down the hurt, but Gargoyle kick things off with a quick opener as Smash still keeps the team alive with the bit of both worlds as Ninimu dangerously low at this very moment, but Dobie and Piggy have so many ultimates to use and will dump it. Izayaki also as well has their ultimate in the reserves, and Marvel gets the dunk down. That might be the dagger, the nail in OEG's coffin as Reject look to take control, look to take over as they take a commanding 2-0 win.
We talk about the ultimate usage being the most important macro level and just waiting for them to use their Eternal Bond, waiting for them to use Kraken Impact and coming out with responses of your own. It started off with the Wolverine Gargoyle, a beautiful steal, right? And Finale finishing off that first pick, and then from there everything crumbled for the side of OEG.
Ooh, OEG, a slight hiccup on their attacking side. Yeah, the portal just coming in too little too late. It did come in on time, but that extra millisecond of actually making it onto site was all the difference it took from a potential first point. And now it's Reject taking over the map, and they will take over the series. And taking a look at these numbers, Reject, something you can notice, all of these numbers are very similar to each other.
Yeah. When that happens, it just means that there's no hero play. That there's no one particular person that you can focus fire down and get them back into the spawn room. Nay, everybody here is playing on full cylinders, pressing the pedal to the metal. We've got multi kills on multi different people here. Piggy with a nice 3 KO, Finale with a nice 4 KO as well. I mean, these are numbers to boot, but doesn't put them far else from anyone else, right? Eliminations galore for Marvel, Gargoyle, Izakaya, and Dobie. Everyone here is playing together as a team, be it fluid on that first map that was a domination, or together as a firing squad on Yggdrasil's path.
That's exactly what Reject needed. They come out with a win, a much needed win. Not only to boost the confidence of Reject, but to also stay alive here in Group B. We talk about this again and again. Group B being the more difficult of the two groups on paper. And now with Reject coming out with a win, now tied in points with OEG in Group B. And that's going to be a very good news for Reject if they want to find a way back into the playoffs, find a way to extend their dominance here in the Asia region.
Yeah, as we kind of turn to the replays here, I mean, look at this pinpoint accuracy of all the ultimates coming in, the right clicks from Adam, Warlock, Piggy, doing what Piggy does best on the Emma Frost. There's so much that's right now Rejects can and have brought to the table, right? One thing that I like to take note is that Reject are not afraid to take forward space, be it on domination. After they capture the point, they send forces up front to make it expensive for OEG to even fight back on the point, burning cooldowns from them, right? And if you look at the way OEG played their defensive round, they, like you call it, were hiding behind the hill, hiding around that first corner, and that just meant Reject could just walk right up the cart, start activating its progress, and set up kind of multi-flex, multi-angles to really push out the defense of OEG.
Yeah, it feels like it's a little bit of a difference in confidence, in a sense. You've got Reject just going in your face, guns blazing, and just not giving you any room. And they know that they have what it takes to keep you where you are and just suffocate you from any sort of progress, any sort of chance of making your way into the game. Whereas on the side of OEG, you see kind of a polar opposite. They're not playing as far up. They're not really just in your face trying to do what they can to just limit you as much as possible. They're just respecting the space that Reject were giving, and they just, in theory, wanted to just play a passive, try to find an opening, trying to find a mistake out of Reject, but Reject just gave nothing. It gave them no room to work with.
No room whatsoever. I think there was perhaps one opportunity during the domination match where I think a single player of Reject was perhaps a little bit too far out of the reaches of their supporting crew like strategists and were eventually pinpointed down. But that was one out of multiple engagements that Reject were taking, right? The survivability, they're not overextending themselves, they're keeping themselves alive, which is the most important part. The moment you KO, that's just time away from the team. This minimum, 20 seconds, if at that, right? Best case scenario, really. That you're away from your team, and to be able to stay alive, not get eliminated, not get knocked out is the key. And Reject were just beautifully playing that beautifully.
Yeah, and that's really what you want to see out of Reject. Like we've been talking about it time and time again. They are the team to beat here in stage 2. They are the defending champions from stage 1. But for now, Reject, albeit a little bit of a slow start, but now they're starting to ramp up, starting to get a feel of what it's like to be the favorites this time around. And now OEG, they did get a win on their belt, so still not the end of the world for OEG as well. On the flip side, they still have time, they still have a point under their belt, and all it takes is a top 4 finish in your group.
That's precisely it, right? It's not too bad to come off of this and have, one win, one loss on your record here in Group B, as you called it, the group of death, perhaps, because there are some strong hitters. And so to go against Reject, okay, a lot of learning opportunities for OEG Esports. A lot that, the likes of Heel, Midstar, Onse, who have previously played against Reject, can probably go back and say, okay, these are some mechanics that we're understanding that Reject are going to mimic and continue to repeat, and hopefully in future games to come able to put up a tougher defense. But hey, we're gonna hop over to a quick interview from the Dobie, the in-house strategist for Reject, real soon. I'm excited to get them on board.
Yeah, we're gonna very, very soon join with him, and in fact, it's gonna be right now. Hello, Dobie.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello, welcome.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes,
Loud and
we
clear.
hear you very loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining us here. You're all smiles. How do you feel after that win against OEG Esports?
It's good. Yeah. Every win is very good. I'm always
Win is
feeling good
indeed.
after a win.
Yes, and that's exactly what you need. The morale is high here in the reject camp. Now, we do have to ask, who do you think was the best player on your team today in your match?
They? It's me.
Hey! There it is.
The ego. I mean, it must feel absolutely good to come out with a win considering, not so well yesterday against the likes of Zero Tenacity. Dodobi,
Yes.
let's talk about next week. Next week, Reject will play against Gen G. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready. But yesterday I have a lot of mistake, but I will never do again.
And that's,
Okay.
we love that. That's the confidence we need. Knowing where you messed up, knowing where you can fix your mistakes, and they will most definitely come back stronger. Thank you, Dobie, for joining us here. Go celebrate with the team. You guys are it.
Thank you.
Beautiful interview with Dobie. The Dobie from Reject. Our first interview with the strategist here. I mean, I love the ending response there, Dan, right? Yes, we recognize yesterday's matches didn't go the way they planned. And identifying mistakes, yeah, even the best here do make them. And to be able to look back on them, learn from them, swallow your pride, go again.
Yeah, and that's something that's good as a player in order to grow, right? You need to identify where you screwed up, where everything went wrong, and identifying these mistakes and knowing not to do them again. That is a big sort of progression as a team when it comes to Reject if they want to defend their title as the Ignite, I guess the Kings of Ignite, we can really say.
At least for the Asia region. What's
Yeah.
also more interesting, Dan, is that when they do go up against Gen G, which if I can, cast our ideas back to the grand finals of stage 1 here in the Asia region, they went 8 maps in a best of 7, which is wild, right? If you think about the rematch between these two times, it's going to be on the new patch season 4, which is going to be wild because there's a lot to have to break down indeed. While us casters are going to bring you more action. That was Reject versus OEG. This solid 2-0 performance, putting the crowns back on the Kings themselves. We'll be on to the final matchup before you know it. So sit tight, grab yourself some hydration, grab yourself some nutrition, because we're in for a banger between Crazy Raccoons and XOXO. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back for the final matchup.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see.
Dictum, guardian of the eighth city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
the devil.
You will not be the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the final best of 3 of the night here in day 3 of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 here in the Asia region. And it's none other than the 2 heavy hitters here in Group A. Crazy Raccoons versus XOXO1. Both of these teams looking to stay undefeated in their group.
Indeed. I mean, from stage 1, Crazy Raccoons ending up in 3rd place and XOXO a close 4th. So if anything, this will be a bit of a rematch as they want to bring the heat and, like you said, remain lossless here in Group A and solidify a solid lead over the other Titan, basically the other hard hitter team here in the first group. And so it will be very, if anything, this is the series that will go to distance. It has to be a map 3, right? Right?
That would be ideal. And honestly, that is a very likely outcome between both these teams. It's very, very strong. Crazy Raccoon, with the addition of NX into their roster, has looked so much better compared to stage 1. And now with XOXO1 being that dive heavy composition, it's just going to be a big question mark as to how these teams play around each other, play around these team compositions. Do XOXO1 really all in onto their identity of going into the dive or die composition, or do they lay it back a little bit and play a more traditional front and back composition? But I'm sure XOXO1 will all in.
It's perfect that you led me to basically my kind of rant about both these teams. They're actually very similar in playstyles, very fluid in their mobility and character placements around the map to gain advantage whenever they want. And right off the rip, I'm gonna stop talking right now because look at that targeted ban. Look at that targeted ban from Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon don't want any of it. We'll just take away the Spider-Man from Seongjuk Woo, who has been the go-to player if you want Spider-Man content here in the Asia region. And that will be gone straight away.
But at least, XOXO will be able to secure the Captain America. That's Zeta being so comfortable with the backline harassment. Will be interesting now because they had the option of banning Cap themselves. But no, okay, Loki seemingly a bit too powerful for the likes of Crazy Raccoons. Don't make me eat my words here, XOXO. You're hovering it. You're thinking about it. The sustainment from a good god of mischief might be too much. And looks like we're just gonna take a pass here. Is this the ego I'm seeing?
It might be the ego. It very well could be, or it's a little bit of a misplay. And it looks like EXO might pull through with the Loki ban unless there's mutual agreement that no ban is in fact Loki. We'll see how Crazy Raccoon respond to it, as both teams do look for a ban. It's going to be Adam Warlock for Ultron, as EXO will deny Crazy Raccoon's way of reviving back into the fight.
I mean, that's fair, right? We've seen some insane Adam Warlock Karmic Revivals come out, and with the right placements and the right hiding spot, you can basically continue the momentum for yourself. It's gonna be the lock-in for Luna Snow as well as Ultron. Some solid strategist outs that might actually call for Crazy Raccoon's play, right? Running that triple strat. Ultron is really only viable when you have 3, so that might be a show of hand there.
Yeah, and the Magneto will be the final ban from XOXO1 onto Crazy Raccoon. Just denying that extra burst potential on the side of Crazy Raccoon is going to be quite important. And now with the Jeff getting picked up for XOXO1, it just makes the entire team just that much more slipperier.
I mean, yes, we saw the TikTok moment yesterday from a lone Phil's getting some ridiculous multi-KOs with its Jeff out, the Land Shark doing its best. And final ban from the side of Crazy Raccoons against XOXO will be the Magneto. What's interesting though
Pick your hero.
is that
Or
XOXO
villain.
didn't
I'm
do
not
anything
judging.
against NX, right? They didn't kind of like ban out perhaps the Star-Lord or the Phoenix. They just left NX on the lonesome, hovering around the Ultron. We'll see if that actually comes into fruition.
Yeah, we'll see what NX decides to go for. Is opting to go for the Ultron. We've seen him pilot this hero before, but really the highlights have been coming in from NX on the Phoenix, on the Star-Lord as well. And this guy is just an absolute demon, especially yesterday up against Assemble Fire. He was just landing every shot, just honestly just putting on an absolute show. And we haven't seen anything like it.
Indeed, it's gonna be an all-battle battle, an all-out brawl, Dan, and I'm excited to get this crack-a-lackin'. I mean, both teams want to prove themselves. Both teams want to etch that first L onto their opponents. This is one of the bigger matches we have here for the group stages here on day number 3 as the timer ticks down. I'm looking at XOXO's composition. Zeta once again running on that Captain America, and Alone Phil's on the Jeff. That's not a gimmick. That is something that they've run time and time again. So it will be very interesting to see them play it and figure out if Crazy Raccoons will be able to adapt around such a Jeff play.
Yeah, and Seongjuk Woo also has experience on different heroes, like you mentioned, has played the Magic, but now is on the Iron Fist. So a little bit of an adjustment here, especially since that Spider-Man did get banned out from the likes of Crazy Raccoon. And now we do need to mention though, we did talk to NX yesterday after their match against Assemble Fire. NX, we asked him, how you feeling about going against XOXO1? He is very, very excited, especially to play against Seongjuk Woo. And has regarded him as the best player coming out of the Southeast Asian region.
Oh, fighting words, Dan. Right, I feel like right now NX is going straight for the throat, right, for Song Ja-woo, and it's jugular, right? The fact that we've already seen them taking out the Spider-Man from Song Ja-woo means, okay, I wouldn't consider them handicapped, no, but like you're not in the most favorable position to strike back. I mean, fortunately for Song Ja-woo, you know, their hero pool will run deep, and that's gonna be important. And we'll see what NX have to bring to the table. They were very confident with yesterday's interview, and I'm excited to see the matchup here of these two Titans.
And we are soon enough going back into the action. In fact, we're going right back into the action as the site will open up in 20 seconds time and will initiate the title fight of the night between Crazy Raccoon and XOXO1 here in the final best of 3 of the night.
Hands on the Phoenix, just trying to apply some pressure, but already off the rip. It's gonna be the Iron Fist onto JT3, no less. Now combined with Zeta on the Captain America, they storm the side like the shores of Normandy, trying to deny any space for Crazy Raccoons.
Here we go, Song Ja-woo, the 1v1 of the century versus NX, and he reigns supreme. The first 1v1 of possibly many in this series, as Ace will take out Hyon. JT3 will trade, but it looks like it's in favor of XOXO1 for the time being, but the meter still not in anyone's side, but it looks like it finally will go in favor of XO.
Yeah, Lone Fist, right place, right time as the Land Shark now applying this back in pressure with a stream of seawater onto the rest of it. JT3 was able to come back just in the nick of time, but now it's cap on cap action, just like you saw in the end game, like it is. Lone Fist already has it's Jeff. Looking for a sneaky beaky flank around, perhaps onto XOXO.
Flank comes in for XO. The Freedom Charge is available now. Here comes NX. Will kick things off with the Rage, but an immediate response with Zeta on the Freedom Charge as Hyon finds a pick onto a lone field. The Jeff will go out of commission for just a few seconds. Will that signal a retake for Crazy Raccoon? They do have the man advantage for the time being, but it's going to be held back by Aces. Dialysis Seduction as Oscar will find Zeta. But here we go. A retake begins, and it looks very, very good for Crazy Raccoon for the time being, as everyone is just dumping all the ultimates, all of their resources down as a lone build gets the Jeff ultimate off, but the cover revival will keep everyone alive as Hyon and the rest of his team will keep the team alive as so much work being done. Karmic revival be damned as XOXO1, not even a revive can save this retake.
They're continuing to play time. They know they have the points under the belt, but finally 3/4 of the way at Desperation Portal actually perhaps to maybe try to stall it out even more, but hey, they got there a little too late, so they're gonna have to regroup a little bit as XOXO. You don't want to stagger too much. Okay, the regroup is now in order. Crazy Raccoon setting up their defense and climbing in percentage points for this point.
Yeah, and Song Ja-woo staying on the Iron Fist. Iron Fist is a very good pick, a very good duelist to pick up, especially against flyers like the likes of Hyon and NX who are taking to the skies. But Song Ja-woo on the Iron Fist is very good at sticking onto flying targets. And here, it's proving to be so valuable, but Hyon is way too slippery with it. NX also popping the Rage to take out Ace as well. A quick double from the duelist of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Zeta tries to work that Freedom Charge, but a little bit too little, too late, as two members had already fallen from the side of XOXO. Their attack onto this point is a little bit more staggered, especially because Ace goes down as well to the likes of Heian and some of these air superiority. Range true onto on your left, on your right, says Heian.
Yeah, and Hyon going crazy right now as the gap closes. Crazy Raccoon now at the 70% mark, closing in onto XOXO1. XO, they need to look for a retake very, very soon. No teleport will be available for the rest of the round.
waiting, just baiting, looking for an early pick is XOXO. They want to try and open things up. JT3 up on top, being an absolute nuisance like they are, but it's going to be the silent seduction now, pop from Rip to be able to try to break into, or at least hold back the assignments. Sonic Surge on the other side, Ace will start things off to make their commencement onto the site. Ring true, and Excel will find the mark onto Sehun. It's the Supernova, it's the Rage of Ultron, all colliding onto this kaleidoscope of action.
So many particles being popped high on NX, taken to the skies, popped their ultimates already as Lostro will find 27 A's, Husk will find another, Crazy Raccoon looking to take control, but how much longer will it be as the fate of both worlds might save Crazy Raccoons here as XO have the Corner Revival available, and we'll see what results out of it. The overtime meter coming to fruition for the first time in this best of 3 series as JT3 will take out the Raccoon as Crazy Raccoon going crazy on the site, might take control as that overtime meter hits 0. Crazy Raccoon will take round 1.
Ooh, what a battle to end it off. I mean, it was everything in the kitchen sink at that final moments. Ultimate after ultimate, just trying to counter and recounter and decounter all the different ultimates. Like, you know, is Jeff thrown into the mix? The Supernova plus the Rage of Ultron, just able to apply so much damage from both teams. But ultimately, XOXO couldn't find the footing onto it because JT3 just harassed that backline long enough to peel away those strategists.
This is only the first round of what possibly could be many in this best of 3. And if every single one gets down to the wire like that, I don't know if I can contain myself anymore. As, we have a momentary abatement here before we go straight back into the action. Quick little checkup on the ultimates as well. Lostro very close to the Eternal Bond on Crazy Raccoon, but on the flip side, you've got Zeta with the Freedom Charge available.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great one to kick things off as Sungja meditating, getting that chi online, hunts down JT3. It's gonna be a bit of a battle around the edges. Oh, getting the Captain America kind of low, but able to pick up that health pack. Lee Sungja scrambling away towards safety.
Yeah, this is how you play the Iron Fist. Really, just go in, pickle them a little bit, and then just kick your way out of there unless you find a low HP target. And that's exactly what On Your Left sees, but it isn't quite able to finish off the knockout as the Eternal Bond comes in online. Zeta's Freedom Charge already expiring, and that starts the domino effect on XOXO1. All of them falling like flies one by one as Crazy Raccoon take control early in the second round.
A simple Eternal Bomb was all it took, right? Crazy Raccoon's last stroke just kicks things off, and now they've built enough ultimate charge to have 4 into the next team fight. XOXO need to just have a little bit more if they want to get themselves back in ultimate-wise. Look at the map presence from Crazy Raccoons. Like we saw in the previous series, you push up, you take these high ground defensive holds, you make it expensive for XOXO to have to fight back and burn their cooldowns just to be able to contest the point.
Point is all they need to do, but Zeta dangerously low out there as Ace does also have Psionic Seduction available, but when do they pull the trigger? When do they go for the picks? But look at this, the Rage of Ultron from NX will take out the Raid, wipe off the face of the earth as Lostro and the rest of Crazy Raccoons clean up house yet again as Crazy Raccoon make it towards the halfway point, and XO need to find a way to prevent themselves from getting shut out here in round number 2.
Yeah, Lone Fliss off the Jeff onto a bit of a damage dealer. The duelist, not Phoenix, Human Torch is online and almost to the Supernova, which could stir things around this, but Sunghoon just picked up the fate of both worlds as well, so it's probably going to be a bit of a back and forth, a tick-for-tat trade, trying to figure out how you can counter each of your ultimates. It's a long-range poke to start things off. Haynes playing around the tree like they would, trying to maybe isolate the fights against the likes of NX.
I am ready to put on a show!
And there's the early pick from NX. Lone Phil's not available for the fight, but On Your Left does have the fate of both worlds. But for now, Sung Wu adjusting onto the Winter Soldier, but it gets immediately shut down by NX. No Kraken impact for this Winter Soldier as everyone else just piling down onto the site. The fate of both worlds being used. Lastro getting taken out, not able to find respite inside of the fate of both worlds. Did even have the Eternal Bond as well, but Hyon from downtown, from the skies, takes away another player. But it looks like it's going to be an even trade so far. 2 for 2 overall, but it's now going to be in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Or is it, as XOXO1 do find the equalizer, the equalizing trade as Asuko will switch over to the Doctor Strange. But will there be a portal coming up onto the site?
Aerial superiority rings true once again. Got flyers on flyers. The teleport does come out for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They know that they can get JT3 in the back line. Just targeting on your left, says Captain America. Heian, Lastro going absolutely ham when time requires it. Up in the sky, Sung Wu will find NX, the duelist battle to begin. Struggling a little bit with the heals. Now has to return back for the rest of the team as the cap is already on this point. Crazy Raccoons wanting to secure the overtime is ticking away. It's all going to be in his Iron Fist, but JT3 will shut it down, and the first point will go to the side.
Yep, Crazy Raccoon will take the map 1 win here. It was so close for EXO to keep this map going, keep that second round going, but the portal was just ever so slightly late. And that's all the difference it makes. And that's the second time where the portal is just ever so slightly too little too late. And that's all it takes for Crazy Raccoon to take a commanding map 1 victory.
Unbelievable performance from both the teams. I mean, it's counters on counters. The way these players are changing up their hero picks by the minute, by the second, just means that they want to outgun and outfire their opponent with some counter plays. At some point in time, Sung Wu for like a brief 30 seconds was on a Bucky trying to land those aerial shots onto flyers, bringing them down, grounding them to make them easier targets, and hop back to the Iron Fist. It's a mad barrage to figure out what combination of 6 heroes would be best to counter the opponents.
Yeah, and it just seemed like on the side of Crazy Raccoons, they realized that they were playing on Krakoa. They go for a more of a flying approach with Hyon and NX operating the Human Torch and the Ultron respectively, and look what it's done for them. They've just been able to just rain down hell from the skies, and with EXO wanting to play that dive composition, if they're all the way up there in the sky, it's going to be so much more difficult for them, for everyone of EXO to take them out.
I mean, Sung Wu still makes it hurt, you know. I feel like if I'm keeping score in terms of NX versus Sung Wu, I feel like they're even Stevens at the moment. They've kind of knocked each other out back into the spawn room a couple of times each, so it's I don't feel like anyone has the definite leg up upon the other, but that'll be very interesting to see. Is basically the rest of the team trying to rally around each other, trying to outdive each other. You talk about the fluidity of the compositions, the map play, the character placements on the map. It's all over the place, and I'm loving the way they're trying to readapt to each other.
Yeah, and readapt is what is the name of the game here, as Crazy Raccoons do take a commanding map 1 victory. Now the ball in EXO's court, so we'll soon figure out what map they decide to go for, find a way back into the series. Maybe we force on map 3 tonight to prevent a full sweep night, but we're gonna have to wait and see after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really
Welcome back to what is potentially the last map of tonight. Crazy Raccoons already has a leg up against XOXO, but it could go the distance if XOXO has anything to say about it. They struggled on the domination round against the likes of the Flyers, and will have to fight back with a map pick and side pick of their own.
Yep. The ball, like we said, is in EXO's court. It's their choice to pick a map here. And it's going to be a big question mark as to what they choose here. There's a lot of options here in the convergence pool as well as the convoy pool. Both of these teams really want to see how they can pilot their compositions to their utmost as XOXO1. We know we've seen them play before in stage 1, and they really like to operate on that dive composition, and it looks like none other than the Symbiotic Surface for XO.
Of course. Of course, it's going to be the Symbiotic Surface. It's, you know, hailing from the days of Stage 1, a natural pick for a lot of Asian teams here for us. And of course, we're going to the Symbiotic Surface, home turf of Venom themselves. I feel like thinking about the way that they've been playing so far, Crazy Raccoons, XOXO, both very dive-esque on the domination front. And in those kind of messy, semi-flyer-esque places, Crazy Raccoons ended up a leg up against XOXO. The question is, do you double down on that as XOXO or around your kind of semi-dive, semi-flyer composition, or do you come back to your poke meta, perhaps opting for some hit scans to support?
Yeah, both compositions definitely do shine here on the Symbiotic Surface. You have a lot of map space to work with. If you're gonna do a dive composition, you have many different avenues of easy backline access, but you also have the verticality of the map as well. Very, very good for these flying heroes like the Ultron, like the Human Torch that we saw Crazy Raccoons rely on in map number 1 as we do head into the picks and bans, and so far it's looking about the same. Actually, the only difference really is both sides taking away the Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the respect coming out from each other, right? Really wanting to target some of the hard-hitting players. Of course, Spider-Man taken out of the hands of Sung Jung-woo, and now NX leaving with not having the Ultron within their side. That'll be interesting, you know, forcing NX to a different hero.
Yeah, Captain America again by XXL1 being secured to at least secure their comfortable identity of that dive or die composition, as Crazy Raccoon respond with maybe sort of an anti-dive with the likes of Luna Snow with the Fatal Bolt Worlds, even top it with the Snowball if it does land onto a key target, as these bans do come in. Magneto and Emma Frost, we're getting a little bit of a callback here back into Stage 1.
I mean, I like it, you know, XOXO banning out Magneto just means that the pseudo dive comp that Crazy Raccoons likes to run is just a little harder. You know, that bubble from Magneto, it just provides just a little bit more sustainability for the likes of perhaps a Phoenix or a Human Torch that could otherwise wreak a lot more havoc, so that's great. Crazy Raccoons just very worried about the double Vanguard bans that came out from XOXO, wanting to secure themselves at least the Doctor Strange on their side.
Yeah, it's another safety net for Crazy Raccoon, especially with the portal. They just want at least something in case something goes horribly wrong. They do have that portal to rely on, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they are really limiting XOXO1 actually are limiting Crazy Raccoon's options here, as that Adam Warlock is going to get taken away from Crazy Raccoon. So almost no portal, but no karmic revival available for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, very interesting. Like trying to basically limit the momentum from Crazy Raccoons, right? Especially because they're starting on their defense half, and if you're able to maybe push through and get that card all the way, XOXO would be feeling pretty good. Momentum is key. And I know I'm not supposed to talk too much about the defensive composition, but I'm already eyeing a little bit of a Namor plus Hulk lineup from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
No, I like the hit Namor pickup here, right? You know XOXO really like to go for the dive plays, the dive composition, and Pion going to be piloting the Namor. Namor is also a very, very strong anti-dive duelist, and we'll see how much value he gets out of it.
Yeah, and plus they have the Fate of Both Worlds. They have Lastra on the Loki, which just means sustained strategist alts through and through, or you can pop off to perhaps a Doctor Strange for an extra eye, 2 eyes of Agamotto. That would be ridiculous. I see NX on the Phoenix that has proven to be so deadly in times of past. And right now, it's going to be a split play from XOXO, sending out Athena for a bit of a scouting mission as Captain America, while Lone Flitz will work a bit of magic in the background to insert the rest of the team in the backline, I believe.
Yeah, Zeta and Asuko just throwing hands with each other as NX almost getting caught there, is able to dash away to safety. But Zeta getting chunked down low. Now we get some eyes on NX, who is laser focused on Zeta, but the rest of Crazy Raccoon are doing the dirty work for him.
They are. I mean, the split play didn't quite work out, right? Crazy Raccoon's just kind of grouped up and almost getting on your left. The visibility comes out, saving your life. Rip is looking for that clap on your left. Staggering another player from XOXO.
Yeah, XO needs to spend a few more seconds to regroup, reconvene, figure out a way to break through the defense. Do they go for a different path here? Asuko does spot Zeta, looking for some sort of backline access, and now they're just
look at the
stalemate. They know they're there. They know each other of their existence, and now they're starting to go in swinging as they both do rejoin the team. As the Horn of Proteus doing a lot of CC, doing a lot of damage as Hongjuk Blue and the rest of the team getting stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto, and X and Hyon capitalizing immediately.
Can't catch me.
The sweeping statement, now it's just the cleanup through. Oh, caught by the Gamma itself. You can't handle the radiation. Rip's gonna take that for themselves and reassemble the rest of the 6-stack here on defense. Crazy Raccoon's putting on a fabulous defensive show, right? It's just being in the right space at the right time, and great ultimate trades. The Horn of Proteus followed by a beautiful Eye of Agamotto, the combo wombo to wipe out the rest of XOXO and their offensive.
NX
We are
not really having a highlight performance right now, but it's not even necessary if the rest of Crazy Raccoon are this much dialed in. As Ace wants to say something about it, we'll shut down the Fate of both worlds from Moon, as NX is able to find a trade onto Alonthos, who does have the Cocoon and the Karmic Revival available as well. Sungjo Blue on the Magic will find one as on your left, and the rest of EXO finally breaking through, finally making their way onto the site as they look to take control at the first point.
They do indeed. I feel like everyone right now is
Maybe a portal?
is not thinking about magic enough, right? Some people just shows the flexibility here. JT3, no portal from Doctor Strange, from Crazy Raccoons. They'd rather just regroup and bring the fight. They have 4 ultimates to boot and a lot they can bring in. The Horn is back online, plus the Hulk. And a defensive one at least. Zeta on a bit of a flank play, looking for a Loki clone to jump onto. Well, the front line is being wrecked.
Yeah, Hyon finds a sneaky pick onto on your left with the Eye of Agamotto. Stun a few members of XOXO1, but the Karmic Revival will just bring them right back as Zeta and Asuko going at it left, right, and center. XO looking to take the lead here and look to keep this cart going. And X, all eyes are on him at this point as he tries to find a way back in, but it looks like Crazy Raccoon will give them the space.
Pretty big stagger onto Rip, right? I mean, just using that incredible Hawk at that tail end. Now, once again, pressing the issue is Sungja-woo on the Magic, just wanting to try and isolate these fights onto the likes of players of Crazy Raccoon as they try to make their way in.
Sungja-woo goes down.
Can't find it. JT3 will find the mark onto Magic and start the retake of this card.
NX pops the Inferno, goes for the dive. Doesn't quite find any meaningful damage just yet as NX is going to chase down Zeta. Will find the flick shot. Great tracking coming in from NX, but it's also NX, so this is a normal day in the office for him as the AoE comes in, but Soul Resurgence will keep the team moving forward, chugging on forward as JT3 up, takes to the skies, needs to get some sort of healing down as Hyon, still waiting in the wings, finds his moment to strike and is able to find a pick onto 27As as Hyon takes to the high ground. And now falling back, that spells his demise. Asuko diving in, the meteor also being used. When will it pop? When will it be used? Not entirely sure. It doesn't quite find anything meaningful. Eye of Agamotto only going to find one as Hongjo Blue. That's his signal. Here he goes with the Dark Child. immediately focusing onto NX, who is forced into the end song Inferno, as everyone of XO staying true to their identity, dive or die, but it looks like Crazy Raccoon are the ones dying out here.
It's unbelievable from this magic. I mean, I feel like we've not seen them at all, and then suddenly it is magic galore on this side as XOXO able to almost push it all the way to a second point. This desperation teleport from that JTT brings back the rest of the days, doing their best to hold back the rest of the reinforcements from this choke point, leaving them all on to Lastro, correcting, getting the right pick onto the Loki now alongside with the Karmic Revival, able to bring back Ace into the fight as quickly as they were taken out.
Yeah, great Karmic Revival timing coming in from Alone Fills. Asuko trying to buy a bit of time with the Mega Hulk. But everyone else of Crazy Raccoon needs to find a way back into the site. Soul Resurgence is available for 27 A's, but is it even needed is the question here as NX going into melee range to take out Tungja Fu as he keeps on laying down the hurt, but the Eye of Agamotto will stun up 27 A's and it shuts down the Soul Resurgence and the Horn of Proteus. The sounds of the horn, the whale slamming down XO as the overtime meter goes down, but the cocoon goes up, but Alone Fills will go down a second time as the portal comes in, but is there enough time for everyone of XO to pile onto the site? Listen, the answer will be yes, as that Eternal Bond will be used. NX completely shutting down that Eternal Bond, and is that the reason that Crazy Raccoon deny a second point from XO?
I mean, they're dropping names right now. It's 27 A's. Is Sungjo one left on the card? Nay, not anymore. Ace finds their demise as well, and they put a stop to the card right before that second point.
What a hold, what a defense coming in from Crazy Raccoon. NX realizing that Eternal Bond was their only way of coming back into the fight, realizes that is their only way of staying in the fight, just shuts it down completely, and it looks like the rest of Crazy Raccoons were also able to be on the same page and just focus fired all their burst damage, all of their resources onto shutting down that Cloak and Dagger ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, we think about, okay, what's the win condition from XOXO? The Eternal Bond, right? The sustain coming out from the Cloak and Dagger is just a bit too much, so you target that with the Phoenix T-posing up in the side. The End Song Inferno will find the mark, and then I think right after that, it was Zetha as well that dropped. All this target acquisition from Crazy Raccoons is so sharp, so fast, so furious, and XOXO couldn't push the matter at the tail end.
Now, Crazy Raccoon, they just have to make it basically to the second point if they want to secure a map 2 victory, a series victory, and secure themselves an undefeated status. Here we go. Crazy Raccoon, step 1, make it to the first point. Step 2, complete the first point, and then we go from there.
Flitz though on the Wolverine, just hearing the sound cues of the Hulk will be able to drag them all away. What is that Feral Leap, the slice, the dice? I think Puny Banner has been devolved, unfortunately. Yep, that's ripped out of action on your left, makes sure of it. Now back to healing, back to the strategist duties as they force Crazy Raccoons back off this point.
Yep, Ribasco needs to respawn. They're just gonna wait for him to turn into the Hulk, rejoin the team. But now XO looking to hold here. Crazy Raccoon, this is a tough site to take on the attacking side. XO are playing to their absolute best, to their absolute potential, and a great kidnap on the JT3 will wipe him out as soon as the fight begins. As NX wanting to find a pick, but Alone Fills is quick to predict the positioning coming out of NX.
Beautifully done, right? Just the intuition. Now they want to press the issue as well, right? Forcing some cooldowns inside of Rip and Crazy Raccoon, just having to fight themselves back into this chokehold. No, Rip says we want to be able to diversify the attention, right? Bring them over to the high ground. But hey, Rip, I think Alone Flits, the Wolverine, is just guarding that high ground for themselves and denying entrance for Rip. So into the main entrance we go. JT3 leading the charge with some shields and letting the likes of Rip take this backside. But all is strangling prison. The beautiful lamps come out just to protect everybody else in there.
Yeah, great timing of resource management coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Here comes the Horn of Proteus as the domino effect of ultimates come in on your left. It's taken away. The Ion butterflies too. And the burst damage is enough to deny the soul resurgence. The souls of EXO are going to get taken away. But Alone Phils has something to say about it.
It's just domineering performance right now from Alone Phils. Split out from the rest of the team, so we have to get back into the mess. Now the Hulk is enraged. It's trying to do massive damage on this point, which is slowly getting under Crazy Raccoon's control. They're slowly guarding percentage points towards it, but no one's on the cap anymore. So that progress is going to be split apart. They've lost momentum. A regroup is in order.
All those ultimates and EXO win out in the end, denying that first point as the strangling prison going to be popped from Zeta, but it looks like there's no damage just yet as 27A's finds Hyon. Needs to stack up these game-changing ultimates. NX has the dive online. JT3's eye very, very close to being ready to go as Ace also as well. And Sungjung Woo with the Adam Warlock ultimate. Covered Revival could come huge in this next fight.
I mean, yes, look at the way that they're positioning themselves, right? Away from it. They don't want to be picked early by the likes of Perez Annex, who's a bit on the hunt around the left side. They'll just leave these two strategists from the side of XOXO to have to provide the healing output for everyone else. It looks like JT3 up on top. Yep, it's Annex on the flank from behind as well. Just able to pick out some of these strategists. Now the Inferno will come down, slam it onto Sungjung Woo and 27A's.
Oh my goodness, NX coming up huge with finally a hero play from the Phoenix player himself. The star player of Crazy Raccoon, Hyon, will clean things up and just barely. Crazy Raccoon will finally secure that first point as the overtime meter starts to take shape.
I mean, Sungjung Woo, right, had the Karmic Revival, but chose to linger around too close to the action and will pay the price for it. And that ultimate price is the first point as we go once again. Stacked ultimates for the side. Crazy Raccoon is going to be starting off with, Lance, a lot of strategies out. But
great stun.
It's huge! The Maelstrom of Madness will find 27A's. And right now, XOXO, these bodies are falling.
Every time JT3 has landed the ultimate onto 27A's during 27A's Soul Resurgence, it was absolutely perfect synergy coming in from Crazy Raccoon. They realized that they got the stun onto the Mantis, and they immediately focus fire. They dump everything onto the Mantis to just deny any sort of survivability coming in from XOXO1, and every single time it has netted them a team fight win.
You are nothing!
Supported, and Song Inferno will find Sungjung Woo once again. Alone Flits out of action. Won't bring back Sungjung Woo. Then decides to also bring back Alone Flits. But look, they're already out of action.
Oh, the horn!
Everything they can as the Hulk is right there with them with the Horn of Proteus. It's gonna have to be XOXO on your left, coming out with the Eternal Bonds and maybe sustain the rest of this effort.
A lot more effort is needed here as Hyon's landing down the damage, landing down the hurt as Crazy Raccoon looking to push, looking to make a name for themselves as they try their best, try to do their utmost to secure a second point. And as the Desperation teleport from XO looks to be all for naught as NX and the rest of the Crazy Raccoons look to take over, look to secure that 2-0 sweep as NX, he wanted to fight against Sungjung Woo. He got the fight he needed, and he does come out victorious. Crazy Raccoon with a 2-0 win.
Unbelievable performance, especially from NX, right? You look at the brawl potential that came out from XOXO, so much grouping, playing the map to their advantage. right? And those sparks transfer instantly upon group hits. That's very well deserving for the in-house Phoenix here of this MVP title.
Ooh, XO, they did put up a decent fight there. So much action, so much potential that XO could have gotten there. But in the end, it was all NX. It was all Crazy Raccoon. I feel like NX also did have a little bit of a slow start here in the series, but eventually,
I mean,
he started cooking.
oh yeah, I mean, 40 eliminations, 23 final hits, multiple medals to their name. NX really turned up and brought the heat. They wanted to close this out nice and quick, 2-0 fashion against the 4th place member from stage 1, that's XOXO. And hey, it's not to say that they didn't try to bring the heat themselves, right? They did some very targeted bans. They did the research and really tried to pull and fragment out the likes of Crazy Raccoons with you know, taking away the likes of what was it? Yeah, the MR Frost plus the Magneto. But it was just a bit too much, right? Crazy Raccoons, their hero pool runs deep. And letting NX on the Phoenix, I mean, that might be criminal.
Yeah, but to be fair, you really want to dump all your bans, all your resources into picks and bans onto the Phoenix.
True.
He's
True.
NX. He's called himself one of the best Star Wars players in the world. He's gotten to rank 1 with that hero primarily. So if you really just ban out duelists here, I don't know if it'll result too much, because you never know what NX could really pull out. Because there's so many duelists in the pool, so really committing onto the duelist is a little bit too risky on the side of XOXO1. Like, yeah, Crazy Raccoon did ban out the Spider-Man, but they're well aware that Song Jung-woo is that Spider-Man player. So it's just too much of a risk to just ban out duelists to try to target down and limit NX's hero pool. So in a way, XOXO are kind of in a checkmate position.
Yep. If you think about what happened from map 1 domination, you know, XOXO opting for very similar composition with the fluid pseudo dive-esque composition that they are mimicking from Crazy Raccoons. They decided to double down on that, choosing a very brawl heavy, a very kind of lane maze-like weaving map that is the Symbiotic Surface to try to insert some of these players in the backline. But unfortunately, their synergy was out-synergized by the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? Having the likes of the Namor plus Hulk, having NX just explode spark after spark onto group members, and to be able to isolate win conditions from the side of EXO, such as a very crucial Eternal Bond just waiting, T-posing, ominous, aura forming high in the sky, waiting for Cloak and Dagger to emerge out of invulnerability state, and then going in for that surgical strike.
I know we've been talking about NX, and he has been the hero, but we have to give flowers to JT3 with those clutch Eye of Agamottos to shut down 27 Aces ultimate time and time again. He's done it at least three times from what I've seen. But either way, we do need to go to the star of the show here. NX joining us yet again. How are you feeling after that one?
Oh, that was an exhilarating match, I will say.
I like it. I mean, you know, call back to our last interview with you yesterday. This was a matchup that you were very excited to see, you know, Crazy Raccoon's 3rd place versus 4th place XOXO. And you also highlighted Song Jung-woo being the one that you really want to match up against and really take to that one-on-ones. How did you feel your performance against Song Jung-woo was today?
I'm absolutely amazed at how I played in that last map on Phoenix. And a lot of respect to Song Jung-woo,
Yes.
right? Like, he's just as good as I thought he would be. That's why we had to ban out his Spider-Man. I don't know if you noticed.
100%.
100%. That was a very valid ban. I won't lie. But yeah, was that like part of the game plan when you were coming into this match? I assume you were ready to ban out the Spider-Man, but did you guys have a plan with the first map in particular? You guys did opt for a more flying composition with the Human Torch and the Ultron. Was that something predetermined before the map? You guys even knew what map you guys were playing on?
So we knew it was going to be domination, and on domination, triple support is just always king anyways, especially into these like dive heavy teams like Sungjaku's hero pool, for example. He mostly plays the dive heroes, and triple support is just so good at sustaining through those hits, so it was a must, you know?
I mean, again, goes to saying that there's so much research that's happening in the background. You really want to get every single edge upon your opponents. That's precisely how you got the dub. The nice 2-0 sweep against XOXO. Hey, last question before we let you go celebrate with the rest of your team. You know, you're gonna have a bit of a break for the next few days. The next 2 games are gonna be the last 2 days, Saturday and Sunday next week, against the likes of ONG plus U-Wings. Do you feel confident that you'll be staying on top in the group stages into playoffs?
Oh yeah, I'm confident. I'm here to have a 10-0 group here. I don't want to drop a single map. I want to go into playoffs with like full confidence, you know, because that's where it all matters.
And that's exactly what it is. And yeah, that'll be it for us. Thank you so much again, NX. Go celebrate with the team. Get some rest. You guys earned it. And we'll see you in the next match.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, I think if you look at the Wikipedia entry for aura farming, you'll see NX faces there. I mean, straight up, just so cool and calm and collected, saying, hey, actually giving the respect, right, that Sungjuk Woo deserves, saying, hey, we straight up had to insta ban. The first ban, right, that Crazy Raccoons was given was to the Spider-Man. And so that is the respect that Crazy Raccoons are playing to what they believe is a hard carry for the XOXO. And maybe that was that final straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, and XL without the Spider-Man pick, we've seen them perform well without a dive composition. I'm just a little bit surprised that they didn't really adapt, go and reel back to a traditional front and back composition that we've seen them do well on before, but here they went all in on their dive composition identity, but unfortunately it just really didn't work out in their favor.
Yep. I mean, I know that Sungjuk Woo, you know, they have run the Human Torch time and time again, but I felt like a bit of an identity crisis, you know, like if you look at Domination plus the Symbiotic Surface, there was a lot of hero changes and they were trying to evolve as time went on, which means that one, you know, you lose ultimate charge with each change. Sure, it comes back to 50%, yeah, but like it does break that momentum a little bit, and you lose synergies as the team staggers into a change in phase, a change in composition, and that just leaves their momentum lacking a little bit. That identity crisis I felt was a bit too apparent. And so I think they need to solidify, hey, if we really want to run, now that it's very obvious, it might be a Spider-Man ban moving forward, how do you want to play this? How can you evolve the rest of your team to provide a solid front from the likes of Exta, from the likes of Alone Flizz, from the likes of Ace, to make good plays collectively?
Yeah, and like you said, there could be times where there's just an identity crisis. Sometimes you want to go dive, sometimes you want to go the traditional front and back. Sometimes maybe you could kind of pull off a hybrid, but it's really hard if you don't have a set identity where half the team's going in, going crazy, the other half wants to just stay back and just do their own thing. And you don't really want that. Especially in this level of competition, you want everyone on the same page, everyone knowing what their plan is, and just go with what they know best. But yeah, props to XOXO1 for really going all in on their dive composition. That's what they're known for, and that's why we love watching XOXO1. And there were times where it worked out in their favor. But then Crazy Raccoon, they were ready. They had their plans, they had the bands, they had their idea of what they wanted to do, and they executed it near perfectly.
Indeed. I mean, it was an opportunity for XOXOs to get their revenge onto Crazy Raccoons. If you cast your memory a little bit back to the group stages, they were actually put into the lower brackets by Crazy Raccoons. So unless that is not the score that we see here on the match results, it's a clean 2-0 for all these teams, picking up the dub for themselves. I mean, Zero Tenacity, solid performance against Rocket University, solidifying their domination here after a solid win against Rejects yesterday. We've got Incipients losing out to ONG, and of course, Rejects coming in clutch, coming in strong once again. After the L, they said, nay, nay, no more dubs today.
And then just now we saw Crazy Raccoon getting that sweep down on XL1. As we look at the standings, Crazy Raccoon leading the charge here.
Indeed, I mean, that's a solid 3-0 lead, but hey, do be noted that Crazy Raccoon has played 3 games versus everyone else has played 2, so just take note of that. That score, increase is because of an additional game, and it'll start evening out as the days go by. But hey, on to Group B as well. Look at that, Zero Tenacity must feel good.
Speaking of evening
moving
out.
from the, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just saying, speaking of evening out, this one very, very close right now, especially since Reject take their win, take a win on the board, and now, oof, this Group B could get spicy as we get deeper and deeper.
It will get very spicy indeed. This will be the match schedule for tomorrow, the last day of week 1 here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series, Asia region, OEG versus Down Payment, Assemble Fire versus U-Wings back on Group A, and back on Group B it's gonna be Gen G versus Rocket University, and to end things off, XOXO versus Onside Gaming. A bit of a toss-up between some of these, and it will be very interesting because once again tomorrow will be the last day running season 3.5, and will be their last chance to solidify their existing strats with today's patch notes.
Yeah, tomorrow, like you said, the very last day, we'll see 3.5 in action before we witness the turn of the meta of season 4, because there's a lot of changes, a lot of buffs, a lot of nerfs to current and meta characters. And now with 4.0, how impactful will it be for these teams in order to adapt to a newer meta?
I feel like it's even more important for tomorrow's matches now that I think about it. It's the last opportunity to take all the training, all the weeks, all the months of hard-earned scrims, and the repetitions that your coach says, again, run it again, like a Kraken Impact, basically, right? And just to be able to say, hey, it boils down all to tomorrow, to have to work it out, because lo and behold, next week we'll have our season 4.0, and the roadmap is laid out for the rest of us. Obviously, everyone is having a lot of fun with Angela, but there's more to be behold as well. Arcade modes, the new event, the Scroll of the Immortal Beasts, plus those swimsuit and summer special volume 2. We loved seeing volume 1 erupt on our screens, but a couple of weeks ago, and we're hungry for more.
Oh yeah, we have so much more content ahead for everyone here in the Marvel Rivals community, as we do have Angela, like you said, being live right now, and if we wait a little longer, we do get a new map as well. But for now, alongside Angela, we've got this snazzy looking Skull 2099 costume already available to you guys on release of season 4.
That's right. I mean, snazzy. I love the neon. It's giving me such futuristic vibes. And speaking of futuristic vibes, it's going to be the Will of Galactica Blade costume that's already gone live since about 20, almost 25 hours now here on Twitch. As long as you have connected your Twitch account to your Marvel Rivals account and stuck with me and Dan this entire series, today you would have 100% finished and clocked in your Will of Galactica. If not, but perhaps another 30 minutes to get this clocked in. Chat, let us know if you've already claimed that new Blade skin, because it's looking very fire, actually.
Oh yeah, and not only that, you don't have to watch us to get the rewards. You can also just watch your favorite Marvel Rivals streamers and get your rewards that way. But that's obviously way better if you watch us, yapping away, bringing you the action here in stage 2 of the Asia region. So, yeah, as we wrap up, I'm sure some of you will be picking up that Blade costume soon enough.
Indeed, it's just a matter of time. And once again, if we haven't said it time and time again, you don't have to only watch us here. You can watch your favorite content creator. But hey, it's been a wild day. 4 series, 4 back-to-back best of 3s that we've encountered across 2 different groups here in the Asia regions, all ending up in a very clean 2-0 sweep, a domineering fashion to start to watch these teams separate in terms of who are leading the groups and who's lagging behind. One more day will conclude the season 3.5 here in the tournament client, and I think it's gonna be just about there for us, Dan.
Yeah, I think that'll be it for us for tonight. Again, tomorrow will be the final time we see 3.5 in the highest level of competition. And then after that, we say goodbye as we head into season 4 for the next week. But for now, we will take our well-earned rest, and we will come back to bring you the action in the final day of season 3.5.